You got the PBR keys?
Yeah.
Presentation computer wasn't working. Really? Okay, we can walk and go and check it out. So your boss is again? Okay.
All right, Tom, I see that, right?
All right, I'll check it out. Wait.
Oh, each one of us.
The mic.
Oh, yeah. One.
I'm telling you, he was the one who sent it.
It's here. If them come with us, put it right there.
Peraí, só um pouquinho.
Sim.
Sai um pouquinho.
Yeah, how you been?
মেজাইনে যাবেন তাই না স্যার? হ্যাঁ আপনি তো লবিতে
Yeah, but you have your spot.
Yuri, mas a gente vai se
Nobody should stay over there.
All cameras up on the right. All video.
Yeah, but your place is no.
Be up here.
Please, nobody stay over there. Everybody go to this side, please.
Cosa minha querida?
Now we need one more. Stay on the other side. Stay so that I can
كمان واقف فوقي بس لسه الوصول متى؟ 8 ل 5 والله يا ايمن الصفد يا ايمن الصفد
Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
Está entrando ahorita. ¿La presidenta? Gracias.
Copy. Excuse me, please. Copy.
Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta.
A los aliados habla 2 minutos, por favor.
Excuse me, please. I need to pan around.
يا روحي كيفك شو اخبارك؟ هل استوعبت روحي الانشغال على الفويس؟ لا اموري تمام واكلت امبارح بس اليوم لسه ما اكلت والساعة عندي الان تقريبا صباحا ساعتين بالنوم لسه الصبح وانا
I'm going to be walking here, so please don't put that there. Thank you. Thank you.
He's coming.
Okay, she's not here. When you come in, when she's coming. Okay.
والله
Quick.
FYI, I'm getting a little elbowed up here on this
اعمل الصفحة
platform.
دي طلع ما عليك
Já está a chegar. Mas olha, tem sai lá
Al fondo, chicos. Al fondo. Llega al fondo.
Folks, slow down. Just make sure your IDs are visible. Both ID. Primary and the secondary bags.
Mr. President, I will put my position.
Sorry, Wayne. Your mic's right in the camera.
Avisa. No me avisa. Es que no nos podemos mover así como tú crees. Ari.
Buenos días, presidente.
Presidente, aquí, Panamá. Panamá, arriba. Para que estamos chiquitos.
Try to give you guys a chance.
Audio.
Mas diga-me, Sr. Presidente, o que é que Portugal traz a esta... São 80 anos de existência
São
das
80
Nações
anos
Unidas.
e nós queremos mais 80 anos.
Mas, Sr. Presidente, sabia que é inédito? 80 anos e a África é o único continente que não está representado
Mas
no
sabe o que é que
Conselho de
Portugal
Segurança.
pensa? Nós achamos que tem
conta-nos.
de haver uma reforma do Conselho de Segurança com presença permanente africana, com presença dos sítios, com países como o Brasil e a Índia presentes. Isto é, uma transformação profunda do Conselho de Segurança para corresponder ao mundo de hoje. O Conselho de Segurança corresponde ao mundo de 45.
Exatamente.
Já lá vai muito tempo.
Então apoia a entrada.
Claro, mas apoiamos há anos.
Obrigada,
Sempre.
Sr. Presidente.
Beijinho.
O discurso do presidente Lula junto ao presidente Trump, o senhor acha que os dois deveriam encontrar aqui e conversar?
Aqui todo mundo se encontra com todo mundo. Ainda ontem encontrei o presidente Lula porque eu falei assim a ele e, portanto, cruzamos-nos.
Jordan. Be careful. You can't do all. Okay, you are doing. Careful with your hands. If you don't speak, do it.
Yeah, you're right.
النص. Ethiopia.
Yes, sir.
Ethiopia. No,
Oh, Mr. President, good morning. How are you? Could you speak at the end? I know, but maybe later. Thank you, sir. Poland. Yeah, the new one. Karuna Brody. Buenos días, presidente.
Geldi.
Possiamo passare avanti su io?
They keep having me push back against the rail.
Be careful the camera.
Which, oh.
Yeah, you're on TV. We don't want
rest a little bit?
Huh?
You know, rest a little bit?
No, not rest. It's, I put that there because people were walking here and then the security was telling me don't walk out. This is my table.
Yeah.
You know. I'm good, thank you. coming, keep passing back and forth.
This is Pamela. We are always communicating.
Yes.
I'm always sending for the credentials, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You just, Pamela. Yeah.
United Nations. We're here. I'm here. The President will be here. The Secretary Rubio will be here. They're transparent. They've been very clear. The President obviously loves New York. We recognize the importance of the UN, the importance of the world working together, but it must be functional, efficient. It must reach the people who really needs it. It must be rapid. As the Secretary of State has said, Marco Rubio, we must operate at the speed of relevancy. So it's because we care is why you're going to hear messages about reform and restoration, things that will take us into the future.
Do you think the President will address the peace in DRC?
I'm not going to. I'm not going to get ahead of the President. He will address everything of importance to us. It's clear. He's made a difference in the world. He'll continue to. It's going to be a very exciting day. The door is open to the future.
Já.
Okay. Pode sem ter acreditado na grande. Lay it on the ground. On the ground. Thank you. Disappeared before. Big motorcade's coming. I don't know who it is.
Oh, really?
What can we expect from Rwanda this 80-year existence of the United Nations?
Is to take stock about the 80 years of existence of the UN. You remember that the UN was created after the Holocaust, a genocide. But there are failures that happened during the last 80 years, including the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So, and we are a bit concerned actually with the resurgence of genocide ideology in our region, especially in Syria. So we will talk about the positive things, climate change, the digital transformation, the multilateralism that is important for all of us, but to also talk about how the UN will not commit the same mistakes that it has committed in the past by raising the alarm on the situation in our region.
What about the Africa being part of the Security Council?
That is important because now you know that when the UN Charter was adopted, only 4 African countries were independent and signed on the Charter. And now 2/3 of the items on the agenda of Security Council is about African conflict, African issues.
The aisles, actually.
Please take your seats. We are going to start now.
Good morning. Good morning, heads of states, excellencies, dear guests, people watching from home. The 4th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. After our intense Monday, today starts the general debate of the 80th session. Before proceeding to the general debate, the Assembly will hear an introduction by Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under Agenda Item 110, in accordance with Resolution 51/4 241 of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and the center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question. What kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words, we, the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed: permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all. Excellences, cela m'amène au deuxième point.
This leads me to my second point. We must choose human dignity and human rights.
Les droits humains ne sont pas
Human
un ornement
rights
de la
are not
paix.
an ornament
Ils en
of
sont le
peace,
socle.
they're its bedrock.
Les droits humains, sociaux,
Human rights,
économiques,
economic,
politiques,
social,
civiques
cultural,
et
political,
culturels
and civil
sont
are
universels,
universal,
indivisibles
indivisible,
et
and
interdépendants.
interdependent.
Choisir les droits,
Choosing rights
c'est plus que des
means
paroles.
more than
C'est
words.
choisir la justice
It
plutôt que le
means choosing
silence.
justice over
C'est
silence.
préserver la liberté
It means
et l'espace
protecting
civique.
freedom and civic space.
Faire avancer l'égalité pour
Advancing
les femmes et
equality
les
for
filles.
women and girls.
Combattre le
Confronting
racisme et la
racism and
discrimination
discrimination
sous toutes leurs
in
formes.
all its forms.
Protéger les défenseurs des
Protecting
droits
human
humains,
rights
les
defenders,
journalistes
journalists,
et la liberté
and freedom of
d'expression,
speech.
et garantir les droits des
And
réfugiés et
upholding
des
the rights
migrants
of refugees and
afin que la
migrants
mobilité
so
soit
that
sûre
mobility is
et
safe
conforme
and
au
in
droit
accordance with
international.
international law.
Les droits humains sont un
Human
combat
rights
quotidien,
are a daily battle,
en ligne comme hors
online
ligne.
and offline.
Ils exigent de la
They
volonté
require
politique,
political will.
mais la dignité ne se
But
résume
dignity
pas à la
is not only
protection des droits.
about the protection of
Elle
rights.
exige pleinement concrétiser ces droits
About
grâce
rights
à un
fulfilled
développement
through
inclusif
inclusive
et
and
résilient.
resilient development.
Des droits qui mettent fin à la
Rights that
pauvreté
put an end
et à la
to
faim.
poverty and hunger.
Des droits qui ouvrent
Rights
de la
that
voie de
open
l'éducation,
doors
de la
to
santé
education,
et des
health
opportunités.
and opportunity.
Les objectifs de
The
développement
Sustainable
durable
Development
sont
Goals
notre feuille
are
de
our
route
shared
commune
roadmap
pour
for
concrétiser ces
achieving
droits.
these rights.
Mais pour avancer sur
But
cette
in order
voie,
to make
il faut
progress
du
down this
carburant.
road, we need
Ce
fuel.
carburant, c'est le
And
financement.
that fuel is
Et nous savons ce qu'un
finance.
développement bien mené peut
We've seen
accomplir.
what development done right can
Au
deliver.
cours de la dernière
In the past
décennie,
decade,
des millions de personnes
millions
supplémentaires ont
more have
accédé à
gained access to
l'électricité,
electricity,
à des solutions de cuisson
clean
propre
cooking
et à
solutions,
l'Internet.
and to the
Le
internet.
mariage des enfants
Child marriage
recule,
is in retreat.
la représentation des femmes
Women's
avance,
representation is
mais les
growing,
coupes dans l'aide au
but cuts
développement
to aid
font des
are wreaking
ravages.
havoc.
Pour un grand nombre de personnes,
They are
elles
a death
représentent une
sentence for
condamnation
many.
à mort. Pour tant d'autres,
For so
un
many more,
avenir confisqué.
a stolen future.
C'est là tout le
This
paradoxe
is
de
the
notre
great
époque.
paradox of our time.
Nous avons les solutions,
We have the
mais nous
solutions,
siphonnons le
but we
carburant
are
qui
siphoning
nous
off the
permettrait
fuel
d'avancer.
that would make it possible to make
Choisir la
progress.
dignité, c'est choisir
To
la
choose
justice
dignity, we
financière
must choose
et la
financial
solidarité.
justice and solidarity.
Nous devons réformer
We need
l'architecture
to
financière
reform the international
internationale
financial
afin
architecture
qu'elle soit au
so that it
service du
drives
développement
development
de
for all.
toutes et de tous. Avant que des banques multilatérales de
With bigger
développement
and
plus grandes et
bolder
plus
multilateral
audacieuses
development
qui
banks
prêtent
lending more
davantage et mobilisent
and
plus de
mobilizing
capitaux
more
privés pour les
private
pays en
capital
développement
for developing
avec des
countries,
mécanismes d'allègement de
with
dette plus
faster
rapides et
and
plus
fairer
justes,
debt relief
couvrant tous
mechanisms,
les pays en difficulté,
helping every country
y
in
compris
crisis,
ceux à revenus
including
intermédiaires.
middle-income countries.
Une protection des ressources nationales,
Protecting
en
natural
s'attaquant aux flux
resources
financiers
by
illicites,
tackling illicit
aux
financial
pratiques fiscales
flows
abusives
and abusive tax
qui volent aux
practices
sociétés
that rob
leur
societies
avenir,
of their future,
et des institutions
and
financières
global
mondiales à
financial
l'image du monde
institutions that
d'aujourd'hui,
represent today's
avec
world,
une
with
participation
far
bien plus
greater
forte
participation
des pays
of
en développement
developing countries
dans sa composition et ses décisions.
in terms of their composition
Alors
and
faisons
their
le choix
decision-making.
d'une
So
économie
let
mondiale au
us
service de
choose a
toutes
global
et
economy
tous.
that works for everyone,
Faisons le
men
choix
and women.
des droits
Let
humains
us choose
et de la
human
dignité
rights and
et
dignity,
donnons-nous les moyens d'une
and
transition
let us
juste
equip
pour les
ourselves
peuples
with the
et la
means
planète.
to ensure a transition
Excelências,
for people and the planet.
esto nos leva a la tercera opción.
Excellencies, this brings me to the
Debemos
third
elegir la
choice.
justicia
We must
climática.
choose climate justice.
La crisis climática
The
se está
climate crisis
acelerando,
is accelerating,
pero las soluciones
but
también.
so are the solutions.
El futuro de la energía
The clean
limpia
energy
ya
future
no es una
is no
promesa
longer a
lejana,
distant promise.
ya está aquí.
It's already here.
Ningún gobierno,
No government,
industria o
industry,
interés
or special
especial
interest
puede
can
detenerlo.
stop it.
Pero algunos lo
But
están
some are
intentando,
trying,
prejudicando a las
hurting
economías,
economies,
imponiendo
locking
precios
in
más
higher
altos
prices,
y
and
desperdiciando
squandering
una
a
oportunidad
historic
histórica.
opportunity.
Excellencies, fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common are not rolling out fast enough, and public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. First, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the Member States, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. Years, longer than the average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children, spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded, but the story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders who, even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for a mutual benefit. and even out of our self-interest. Because as our founders and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane, how safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked? As the lines between what is real and fake start to blur. In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and the tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our Charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind Member States that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of Member States that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the photo library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, Mr. Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of state and government, and representatives of the member states gathered here. This should be a time to celebrate the United Nations. Created at the end of the war, the UN symbolizes the highest expression of the aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. Multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play, attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. evidente
There
paralelo
is a clear
entre a crise
parallel
do
between
multilateralismo e o
multilateralism
enfraquecimento
crisis
da
and the weakening
democracia.
of democracy.
O autoritarismo se fortalece
Authoritarianism is
quando nos
strengthened
omitimos
when we
frente à
fail to
arbitrariedade.
act in the face of
Quando a
arbitrary
sociedade
acts.
internacional
When the international society
vacila na defesa da
falters
paz,
in defending
da
peace,
soberania e do
sovereignty,
direito,
and the rule
as
of law,
consequências são
the
trágicas.
consequences are tragic.
Em todo o mundo,
throughout the world.
forças antidemocráticas
Anti-democratic
tentam
forces
subjugar
are trying to
as
subjugate
instituições e
institutions
sufocar
and
as
stifle
liberdades.
freedoms.
Cultua a violência,
They worship violence,
exalta a
praise
ignorância,
ignorance,
atuam como
act
milícias
as physical
físicas e
and
digitais
digital militias,
e cerceiam a
and
imprensa.
restrict the press.
Mesmo sob ataques sem
Even
precedentes,
under an
o Brasil
unprecedented
optou
attack,
por
Brazil
resistir
chose to
e
resist
defender sua
and defend its
democracia
democracy,
reconquistada há
regained
40 anos
40
pelo seu
years
povo
ago by
depois
its
de
people,
2 décadas de
after
governo
2
ditatorial.
decades of dictatorial government.
Não há justificativa
There
para
is
as
no
medidas
justification for
unilaterais e
unilateral
arbitrárias
and
contra nossas
arbitrary measures
instituições e nossa
against our
economia.
institutions and our
A
economy.
agressão contra a independência do
The
poder
aggression
judiciário
against the
é
independence of the
inaceitável.
judiciary branch of power
Esta
is
ingerência
unacceptable.
em
This
assuntos internos
interference in domestic
conta com o
affairs
auxílio de uma
is
extrema-direita
aided by a
subserviente
subservient
e saudosa
far-right
de antigas
who is
hegemonias.
nostalgic of past
Falsos
hegemonies,
patriotas
false
arquiteta e
patriots,
promove
plan and publicly
publicamente
promote
ações contra o
actions
Brasil.
against Brazil.
Não há pacificação com
Cannot
impunidade.
be achieved with
Há poucos
impunity.
dias,
A few days
e
ago,
pela primeira
and for the
vez em
first time in
525 anos de nossa
525
história,
years of our history,
ex-chefe de
a
Estado
former head of state
foi condenado
was
por atentar
convicted
contra
of
o Estado
attacking the
democrático de
democratic
direito.
rule of law.
Foi
He
investigado,
was investigated,
indiciado e julgado
indicted, trialed,
e
and held
responsabilizado pelos
accountable
seus atos
for his
em um
actions
processo
in a
minucioso.
meticulous process.
Teve amplo direito de defesa,
He has the
prerrogativa
right to
que as
defend himself for
ditaduras
security,
negam
a
às suas
prerogative that
vítimas.
dictatorships deny to
Diante
their
dos
victims
olhos do mundo,
before the eyes of the
O Brasil
world.
deu recado a
Brazil
todos os
sent a
candidatos
message to all
autocratas
aspiring
e aqueles que os
autocrats
apoiam.
and those who
Nossa
support them.
democracia
Our democracy,
e nossa
our
soberania
sovereignty
são
are
inegociáveis.
non-negotiable.
Seguiremos como
We will
nação
continue
independente
as an
e
independent
como povo
nation
livre
and as
de
a people
qualquer tipo de
free
tutela.
from any type of guardianship.
Democracias sólidas
Sound
vão além
democracies
do
go
ritual
beyond
eleitoral.
the electoral ritual.
Seu vigor
Its strength
pressupõe a redução da
presupposes the
desigualdade,
reduction of
a garantia
inequalities,
dos direitos
the
mais
guarantee of the
elementares,
most basic
a
rights,
alimentação,
food,
a segurança,
safety,
o trabalho,
work,
a moradia,
housing,
a educação
education,
e a
and
saúde.
health.
A democracia falha
Democracy
quando as
fails
mulheres ganham
when
menos que
women
os homens
earn less than
ou
men
morrem pelas
or
mãos de
die
parceiros
at
e
the hands
familiares.
of partners and family
Ela
members.
perde
It
quando
loses
fecha suas
when it
portas
closes its
e
doors
culpa migrantes
and
pelas
blames
mazelas do
migrants
mundo.
for the world's ills.
A pobreza
Poverty
é tão
is
inimiga
as
da
much
democracia
an enemy of
quanto o
democracy
extremismo.
as extremism.
Por isso,
Therefore,
foi com orgulho
we were
que
proud to
recebemos
receive
da FAO a
confirmation from
confirmação de que o
FAO
Brasil
that Brazil
voltou a
has
sair do
once
mapa
again
da
left
fome
the hunger
este
map
ano de
in this
2025.
year, 2025.
Mas no mundo,
But in the
ainda há
world,
670
there are
milhões
still
de pessoas famintas
670
e
million
cerca
hungry
de
people
2
and
bilhões e
about
300 milhões
2.3 billion
enfrentam insegurança
face
alimentar.
food insecurity.
A única guerra
The only
que
war
todos podem
of
sair
which
vencedores
everyone
é
can
que
emerge
travamos
victorious
contra a
is the
fome
one
e a
we
pobreza.
wage against hunger and
Esse é o
poverty.
objetivo da Aliança
This is the
Global
goal of the
que
global
lançamos no
alliance we
G20
launched
e que já conta
at the
com o apoio de
G20 and which has the
103
support
países.
of 103
A
countries.
comunidade
The
internacional
international community
precisa rever
needs to
suas
revise
prioridades,
its priorities,
reduzir os gastos com
reduce
guerras
arms
e
spending,
aumentar a ajuda
and
ao
increase
desenvolvimento.
development aid.
Aliviar o serviço
Relieve
da
the
dívida
service
externa
of the
dos
foreign
países mais
debt
pobres,
of the poorest
sobretudo os
countries, above
africanos,
all African
e
nations,
definir
and
padrões
set
mínimos de
minimum
tributação
global
global
tax standards
para que os super
so
ricos
that the super
paguem mais
rich
impostos
pay
que
more
os
taxes
trabalhadores.
than workers.
A democracia também se
Democracy
mede
is
pela
also
capacidade
measured by
de
the
proteger
ability
as
to
famílias
protect
e a
families
infância.
and the childhood.
As plataformas digitais
Digital platforms
trazem
offer
possibilidade de nos
possibilities for
aproximar
us to come
como
together
jamais
in
havíamos
ways we
imaginado,
never imagined.
mas têm sido usadas
But they
para
have been
semear
used for
intolerância,
sowing
misoginia,
intolerance,
xenofobia
xenophobia and misinformation. The internet cannot be a land of lawlessness. It's up to governments to protect the most vulnerable.
Não é restringir a liberdade de expressão, é garantir que o que já é ilegal no mundo real seja tratado assim também no ambiente digital, no ambiente virtual. Ataques à regulação serve para encobrir interesses escusos e dar guarida a crimes como fraudes, tráfico de pessoas, pedofilia e investidas contra a democracia. O Parlamento brasileiro, corretamente, apressou-se em abordar esse problema. Com orgulho, promulguei na última semana uma das leis mais avançadas do mundo para a proteção de crianças e adolescentes na esfera digital. Também enviamos ao Congresso Nacional projeto de lei para fomentar a concorrência nos mercados digitais e para incentivar a instalação de data centers sustentáveis. Para mitigar os riscos da inteligência artificial, apostamos na construção de uma governança multilateral em linha com o Pacto Digital Global aprovado neste plenário no ano passado. Senhoras e senhores, na América Latina e Caribe, vivemos um momento de crescente polarização e instabilidade. Manter a região como zona de paz sempre foi e é a nossa prioridade. Somos um continente livre de armas de destruição em massa, sem conflitos étnicos ou religiosos. É preocupante a equiparação entre a criminalidade e o terrorismo. A forma mais eficaz de combater o tráfico de drogas é a cooperação para reprimir a lavagem de dinheiro e limitar o comércio de armas. Usar força letal em situações que não constituem conflitos armados equivale a executar pessoas sem julgamento. Outras partes do planeta já testemunharam intervenções que causaram danos maiores do que se pretendia evitar, com graves consequências humanitárias. A via do diálogo não deve estar fechada na Venezuela. O Haiti tem direito a um futuro livre de violência. E é inadmissível que Cuba seja listada como o país que patrocina o terrorismo. No conflito na Ucrânia, todos já sabemos que não haverá solução militar. O recente encontro no Alasca despertou a esperança de uma saída negociada. É preciso pavimentar caminhos para uma solução realista. Isso implica levar em conta as legítimas preocupações de segurança de todas as partes. A iniciativa africana e o grupo de amigos da paz, criado por China e Brasil, podem contribuir para promover o diálogo. Nenhuma situação é mais emblemática do que o uso desproporcional e ilegal da força do que a da Palestina. Os atentados terroristas perpetrados pelo Hamas são indefensáveis mas nada, absolutamente nada, justifica o genocídio em Gaza. Ali, sob toneladas de escombros, estão enterradas dezenas de milhares de mulheres e crianças inocentes. Ali também estão sepultados o direito internacional humanitário e o mito da superioridade étnica do Ocidente. Este massacre não aconteceria sem a cumplicidade dos que poderiam evitar. Em Gaza, fome é usada como arma de guerra e o deslocamento forçado de populações é praticado impunemente.
punished.
I
express my admiration to the Jews who, inside and outside Israel, oppose this collective punishment. The Palestinian people are at risk of disappearing. They will only survive with an independent state integrated to the international community. This is the solution defended by more than 150 UN members, reaffirmed yesterday here in this very plenary, but barred by a single veto. It is regrettable that President Mahmoud Abbas was prevented by the host country of occupying the Palestinian bench at this historical moment. The spread of this conflict to Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar is fueling an unprecedented arms build-up. Madam President,
bombas e armas nucleares não vão nos proteger da crise climática. O ano de 2024 foi o mais quente já registrado. A COP30 em Belém, no Brasil, será a COP da verdade. Será o momento dos líderes mundiais provarem a seriedade de seu compromisso com o planeta. Sem ter o quadro completo das contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, a chamada NDC, caminharemos de olhos vendados para o verdadeiro abismo. O Brasil se comprometeu a reduzir entre 59% e 67% suas emissões, abrangendo todos os gases de efeito estufa em todos os setores da economia. Nações em desenvolvimento enfrentam a mudança do clima ao mesmo tempo em que lutam contra outros desafios. Enquanto isso, países ricos usufruem de padrão de vida obtido às custas de 200 anos de emissões de gás. Exigir maior ambição e maior acesso a recursos e tecnologias não é uma questão de caridade, é apenas uma questão de justiça. A corrida por minerais críticos essenciais para a transição energética não pode reproduzir a lógica predatória que marcou os últimos séculos. Em Belém, o mundo vai conhecer a realidade da Amazônia. O Brasil já reduziu pela metade o desmatamento na região nos 2 últimos anos. Erradicá-lo requer garantia condições dignas de vida para seus milhões de habitantes. Fomentar o desenvolvimento sustentável é o objetivo do Fundo Florestas Tropicais para sempre, que o Brasil pretende lançar para remunerar os países que mantêm suas florestas em pé. É chegado o momento de passar da fase da negociação
to move from the negotiation phase to the implementation stage. The world owes a lot to the regime created by the Climate Convention.
Mas é necessário trazer o combate à mudança do clima para o coração da ONU para que ela tenha a atenção que merece. Um conselho vinculado à Assembleia Geral, com força e legitimidade para monitorar compromissos, dará coerência à ação climática. Trata-se de um passo fundamental na direção de uma reforma mais abrangente da organização, que contemple também um Conselho de Segurança ampliado nas 2 categorias de seus membros. Poucas áreas retrocederam tanto como o sistema multilateral de comércio. Medidas unilaterais transformam em letra morta princípios basilares como a cláusula de inação favorecida. Desorganizam cadeias de valor e lançam a economia mundial em uma espiral perniciosa de preços altos e estagnação. É urgente refundar o OMC em bases modernas e flexíveis. Senhoras e senhores, este ano, o mundo perdeu 2 personalidades excepcionais. O ex-presidente do Uruguai,
President Pepe Mujica,
e o nosso querido Papa
Francisco.
Ambos
both embodied the best humanist values like no other. Their lives were intertwined with the 8 decades of the UN. If they were still among us, they would use this platform to remember that authoritarianism, environmental degradation, and inequality are not relentless. That the only ones defeated are those who stand idly by, resigned. And that we can defeat the false prophets and oligarchs who exploit fear and monetize hate. And that tomorrow is made of daily choices. And it takes courage to act to transform it. In the future that Brazil envisions, there is no room for the reenactment of ideological rivalries or spheres of influence. Confrontation is not inevitable. We need leaders with clear visions who understand that the international order is not a zero-sum game. The 21st century will be increasingly multipolar. For it to remain peaceful, it cannot fall to multilateral. Brazil is giving increasing importance to the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, CELAC, BRICS, and the G20. The voice of the Global South must be heard. The UN has today almost 4 times more members than the 51 who were at its foundation. Our historic mission is to make it once again a barrier of hope and a promoter of equality, peace, sustainable development, diversity, and tolerance. May God bless us all. And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite...
Kalau kita lihat Donald Trump sudah memasuki mimbar dan segera menyampaikan pidatonya di hadapan seluruh peserta yang ikut sidang umum PBB. Kita simak bersama, saudara.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. Have no choice. And other countries have no choice because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders Many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months, they're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. As though they were alive, they want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done in the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat. the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco. And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill,
nós reduzimos os custos de energia, porque nós faremos, como a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso.
300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot. Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taking $1 trillion reduction in science historic. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. but he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States.
Ya, saudara, saya Rahmat Ibrahim memandu Anda di Breaking News Kompas TV. Ini dia yang Anda saksikan adalah bagaimana jalannya Sidang Umum ke-80 PBB yang dilaksanakan di New York, Amerika Serikat. Tadi kita simak bersama bagaimana paparan pidato yang disampaikan oleh Presiden Amerika Serikat Donald Trump sebagai urutan kedua setelah tadi yang pertama ada Presiden Brasil Lula da Silva yang menyampaikan pidatonya yang pertama. Kemudian juga tadi kita simak bagaimana di urutan kedua ada Presiden Amerika Serikat Donald Trump yang tadi membahas beberapa isu. Dia mulai memaparkan dari yang pertama bagaimana pencapaian Amerika Serikat di bawah kepemimpinannya. Kemudian juga tadi disinggung soal bagaimana konflik yang terjadi di Timur Tengah, di Gaza, di mana Presiden Amerika Serikat tadi menyampaikan bagaimana ia dengan kalimatnya release hostage atau lepaskan sandera, itu yang permintaan dari Donald Trump kepada Hamas. Ya saudara, saat ini kami masih bersama dengan pakar hubungan internasional Mahagi Sugiono. Selamat malam Pak Muhadi dengan Ibrahim.
Selamat.
Pak Muhadi.
Selamat malam Mas Rahmat.
Pak Muhadi, tadi kita simak hampir 1 jam Presiden Amerika Serikat Donald Trump di pidatonya membahas, saya rasa 80% capaian-capaiannya ya yang disampaikan. Hanya sedikit yang membahas soal konflik yang terjadi di Gaza. Kemudian juga disinggung soal konflik Rusia dan Ukraina. Apa yang Anda cermati dari yang disampaikan oleh Donald Trump ini, Pak Muhadi?
Ya, saya mungkin bukan satu-satunya orang yang agak salah atau salah ekspektasi ya. Saya membayangkan tahun ini adalah 80 tahun PBB. Kemudian dalam usia yang 80 tahun ini PBB berhadapan dengan banyak masalah. Salah satu permasalahan besar kita adalah persoalan perubahan iklim, kemudian perang-perang yang terjadi, dan itu saya dan mungkin juga banyak orang membayangkan akan menjadi fokus perhatian dari Donald Trump. Tapi seperti Mas Rahmat tadi sampaikan, 80% dia bercerita tentang keberhasilannya sendiri. Dan ketika berbicara tentang PBB, apa disampaikannya dengan cara yang sangat sinikal, gitu ya. Bahwa PBB ini justru adalah tempat yang seharusnya bisa memberikan solusi banyak persoalan, tetapi PBB justru menjadi sumber dari persoalan. Termasuk persoalan-persoalan yang mengakibatkan Amerika berhadapan dengan misalkan persoalan-persoalan imigrasi, persoalan ini dan itu dan seterusnya. Dalam pidatonya dia sangat skeptis dengan apa yang selama ini dihasilkan oleh PBB, misalkan tentang climate change, climate action, tentang upaya-upaya untuk
meredakan konflik, termasuk yang tadi bilang empty words gitu.
Betul. Nah, itu ternyata bagi dia itu semuanya tidak ada maknanya. PBB justru penghambat dan yang dilakukannya lah yang betul gitu. Nah, ini menjadi menarik karena dalam peringatan 80 tahun PBB ini, tema yang diusung, yang dipilih oleh Presiden General Assembly-nya adalah Better Together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Tidak ada satupun yang diadres oleh Donald Trump.
Pak Muhadi, kalau kita lihat tadi, ya ini kami tampilkan di visual adalah bagaimana Presiden dari Sidang Umum ke-80 PBB. Tadi ada beberapa peserta di forum sidang juga sempat beranjak. Biasanya seperti apa sih prosedurnya atau aturannya? Karena ketika tadi setelah Lula da Silva bicara di podium, kemudian juga jeda beberapa waktu, baru Presiden Donald Trump. Namun ini karena panjang sekali Donald Trump, tampaknya ada sedikit jeda Pak Muhadi ya?
Saya tidak, jedanya di mana? Artinya berhenti dihentikan untuk pidatonya.
Ini kita belum begitu tahu nanti acara yang akan digelar, tapi tadi ada beberapa anggota di majelis yang mungkin keluar terlebih dahulu, keluar area ruang sidang atau seperti apa ini karena cukup lama biasanya.
Tidak umum, jadi ini kan general debate yang pada meskipun namanya general debate tetapi bukan debat seperti yang kita bayangkan ya, saling berargumen begitu, tetapi setiap kepala negara itu diberi waktu yang sama 15 menit kalau tidak salah.
15 sampai 20 menit, tapi ternyata ini tadi kita simak hampir 1 jam Donald Trump ya.
Betul. Dan satu hal lagi sebenarnya, Donald Trump sebagai Presiden Amerika memiliki privilege sebagai tuan rumah dari PBB untuk berbicara pada urutan kedua.
Termasuk dengan durasi juga Pak Muhadi?
Ya, durasinya juga sama sebenarnya, tetapi tidak sebanyak ini. Tetapi saya tidak tahu kenapa tidak bisa dihentikan, karena biasanya dalam sidang-sidang seperti itu ada timekeeper-nya gitu.
Oke, ada timekeeper-nya biasanya. Ini juga kita sambil menampilkan Pak Muhadi ya, bagaimana Sekjen PBB Antonio Guterres juga masih berada di meja pimpinan sidang bersama dengan Presiden Sidang Umum ke-80 PBB. Kami mendapatkan informasi akan segera dimulai lagi sidang. Nah, ini dia, bel sudah dibunyikan kembali.
Prabowo berarti.
Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask to gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Moses Abelian, Under-Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this August General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations. Even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change, not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish
Dan saudara, Anda kembali di Breaking News bersama saya, Elgin Fridianto. Baru saja Anda mendengar pidato Presiden Prabowo Subianto di Sidang Majelis Umum ke-80 PBB, di mana Prabowo sempat mengajak seluruh negara untuk mengatasi kebencian dunia. Dan saudara, kami akan kembali usai jeda, masih akan terhubung dengan pakar hubungan internasional UGM Hadi Sugiono. Tetaplah bersama kami.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency
değerli
President of UNGA,
devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government,
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
Distinguished Secretary
kıymetli
General,
delegeler,
Distinguished
sizleri
Delegation Members,
şahsım ve milletim
on behalf
adına
of myself and
en
my
kalbi
nation, I
duygularımla
greet you all with
selamlıyorum.
most heartfelt feelings.
Birleşmiş Milletler
I wish
80.
for the
Genel
80th
Kurulu'nun
United
tüm
Nations
insanlık
General
için
Assembly to
hayırlara
bring
vesile
blessings to
olmasını
all humanity.
temenni ediyorum. İnsanlığın ortak vicdanını temsil
I'm
eden
deeply honored
bu
to
kürsüden
address you once again from this
sizlere bir
podium,
kez daha hitap
which
etmekten
represents the collective
büyük
conscience
bir bahtiyarlık
of
duyuyorum.
humanity.
Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan
I congratulate
Sayın
Mr. Young,
Young'ı tebrik ediyor.
has completed
Bu
his
görevi
term as
devralan
President of the General
Sayın
Assembly,
Berbok'a
and I wish
başarılar
success to
diliyorum.
Ms. Baerbock, who has
Konuşmamın hemen
taken
başında
over this position.
Filistin'in giderek artan sayıda ülke
At the outset
tarafından
of my
tanındığı
speech,
bir
I would like to
dönemde
first express my
Filistin
regret
Devlet
at the
Başkanı
absence today
Sayın
of the
Mahmud
President
Abbas'ın
of the State
bugün
of Palestine,
bizzat
Mahmud
aramızda
Abbas,
olamayışından
at a time when
duyduğum
Palestine
üzüntüyü
is being
ifade etmek istiyorum.
recognized by an increasing number of
Biz
countries.
bugün bu kürsüde
Today,
kendi
we stand here
vatandaşlarımızla
on this
birlikte
podium. I
sesi
stand here on
kısılmak
this
istenen
podium
Filistin
alongside
halkına
my
tercüman olmak
86
için
million
de
citizens,
bulunuyorum.
also for our
Filistin
Palestinian
devletini
brothers and
tanıyacağını
sisters
açıklayan
whose voices are
tüm
being silenced.
ülkelere teşekkür ediyor. Henüz bu kararı almayan
I'd like to
devletleri
thank all the
ise
countries
bir an
who
önce
announced that they
harekete
recognize the
geçmeye
state of
çağırıyorum.
Palestine, and I call
Sayın
on
Başkan,
all the other countries
değerli
who
üyeler,
have not done so yet
Birleşmiş
to do
Milletler
so, to
şartı
recognize
bundan
the state of
80 yıl
Palestine
önce
as soon as
San
possible.
Francisco'da imzalandı
Esteemed President,
ve
distinguished members,
24 Ekim
the United Nations Charter
1945'te
was signed in San
yürürlüğe
Francisco
girdi.
80 years ago, and it
Birleşmiş
entered into
Milletler
force on
Kuruluş
October the
Şartı'nın
24th,
ilk
1945.
maddesinin ilk
I
kelimelerini
would like to recall here
burada
again the first
tekrar
words of the
hatırlatmak
first
isterim.
article of the UN Charter.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in amacı
The purpose
uluslararası
of
barış
the United
ve
Nations
güvenliği
is to maintain
korumaktır.
international peace and
Evet,
security.
bizler
Unquote.
bu salonda Birleşmiş
As
Milletler'in
we celebrate the 80th anniversary
80.
of the
yaşını
UN in
kutlarken
this hall, grave
dünyanın
events are
birçok bölgesinde
unfolding in many parts
kuruluş
of the world
şartının
that cast
ilk
a shadow
maddesinin
over the very
ilk
first
kelimelerine
words
gölge
of
düşürecek
the UN Charter's
vahim
opening
hadiseler yaşanıyor.
article.
Özellikle Gazze'de gözlerimizin önünde
Particularly in Gaza,
700 günü
right
aşkın bir
before our very
süredir
eyes,
soykırım
genocide has been going
devam
on
ediyor.
for over
Biz
700 days
toplantı
now.
halindeyken dahi
Even as we
Gazze'de
gather here, as we
şu
speak
anda
now,
siviller
Israel is currently
katlediliyor.
massacring civilians in
Gazze'de
Gaza.
ölen sivillerin sayısı
The number of civilian
65
casualties
bini
in
geçti.
Gaza has surpassed
Enkaz altında
65,000.
kaç cenazenin olduğu
Unfortunately,
henüz
the number of
bilinmiyor.
people who are still trapped under the
Ölenlerin
rubble
20
is
binden
not yet
fazlası
known.
çocuk.
And more than 20,000
İsrail
of those who
tarafından
died
Gazze'de
were children.
son 23 aydır
For the last
her
23
saat
months,
evet
a
her
child
saat
has been
bir
murdered by
çocuk
Israel in
acımasızca
Gaza every
hayattan
hour. Yes,
kopartılıyor.
every hour.
Bunlar sayı değil dostlar.
These are not just figures,
Hepsi birer
dear
can,
friends. All
birer
of these, each one
masum
of
insan.
these is a
Şu anda
person, a
sadece
human being,
silahlarla
innocent
değil,
people. People are now being
açlık
killed not with
silahıyla da
weapons,
insanlar
but with the
öldürülüyor.
weapon of starvation.
Anda kembali menyaksikan breaking news di Kompas TV, saudara, bersama saya Elgin Fridianto, dan kami juga masih terhubung via Zoom dengan pakar hubungan internasional UGM, ada Pak Muhadi Sugiono. Pak Muhadi, tadi kita sudah bersama-sama mendengarkan pidato Presiden Prabowo Subianto di Sidang Majelis Umum ke-80 PBB. Bagaimana komentarnya Pak Muhadi? Mungkin ada beberapa poin yang sempat disebutkan oleh Pak Prabowo tadi.
Ya, saya kira ini satu hal yang menarik ya. Setelah sekian lama kita tidak punya pemimpin yang hadir di sini, dan forum ini adalah forum yang sangat luar biasa karena dia adalah forum tahunan di mana para kepala negara punya kesempatan untuk melakukan diplomasi secara multilateral. Ini forum multilateral pada tingkat yang paling tinggi yang dihadiri oleh para kepala negara. Dan seperti kita lihat dalam urutan itu tadi, Pak Prabowo dapat nomor 3. Karena sebenarnya yang dalam tata cara di sidang itu privilege-nya ada di Brasil, kemudian Amerika. Nah, yang ketiga dan seterusnya itu tergantung siapa yang datang. Jadi kalau mungkin bukan Pak Prabowo, mungkin kita tidak akan dapat di nomor 3. Jadi itu salah satu clue-nya. Nah, artinya ini betul-betul satu momentum bagi Indonesia untuk tampil dalam arena internasional, bahwa kita hadir di situ. Nah, yang penting lagi adalah ini adalah momen 80 tahun PBB. Dan di dalam situasi itu PBB menghadapi banyak persoalan, terutama dengan semakin meningkatnya distrust atau ketidakpercayaan terhadap forum-forum multilateral. Sebelum Pak Prabowo berbicara, kita dengarkan tadi Presiden Donald Trump dalam pidatonya sangat melecehkan sekali institusi multilateral ini, yang disebut bukan hanya tidak berhasil mengatasi persoalan, tetapi justru menimbulkan persoalan. Termasuk persoalan-persoalan yang dihadapi oleh Amerika dengan migrasi dan sebagainya, itu sumbernya dari PBB. Kemudian keyakinan dunia terhadap climate change dan sebagainya itu ada di PBB juga gitu. Jadi di saat-saat ketika PBB setelah 80 tahun ini kehilangan kepercayaan, maka pidato Pak Prabowo mengindikasikan bahwa Indonesia yang dulu sangat terbantu dengan adanya PBB, sekarang waktunya Indonesia akan membantu untuk mempertahankan multilateralisme yang menjadi esensi dari PBB itu. Nah, itu digunakan oleh Pak Prabowo untuk mengatasi berbagai persoalan, termasuk salah satunya adalah persoalan Palestina, kemudian mengatasi persoalan-persoalan dalam hubungan sosial antar umat manusia yang ditandai dengan kebencian dan kekerasan dan seterusnya dan seterusnya.
Baik, Pak Muhadi, tapi maaf saya potong, Pak Muhadi, terkait dengan pidato yang disampaikan oleh Presiden Prabowo tadi terkait dengan sikap terhadap kekerasan yang dilakukan di Palestina, apakah menurut Pak Muhadi ini sudah cukup tegas disampaikan oleh Presiden Prabowo? Apakah sesuai ekspektasi?
Sebenarnya kalau dibandingkan dengan pernyataan-pernyataan yang lain, terutama misalkan Presiden Lula dari Brazil, gitu, kita tidak cukup spesifik mengidentifikasi persoalan kekerasan itu ada di mana. Gitu. Pak Prabowo menyampaikannya secara lebih general ya, bahwa Indonesia mengutuk semua bentuk kekerasan dan seterusnya. Sementara Presiden Lula secara tegas mengatakan bahwa Brasil akan mengikuti Afrika Selatan, membawa persoalannya ke ranah hukum.
Baik. Pak Muhadi, tadi juga sempat disebutkan bahwa Indonesia siap membantu sebenarnya, meskipun disebutkan memang secara general saja. Tapi bagaimana Pak Muhadi melihat ini, bahwa Indonesia mengatakan Presiden Prabowo menyebut bahwa siap membantu, mungkin mengirimkan dokter ke sana. Bagaimana Pak Muhadi?
Kalau dari sisi itu sebenarnya tidak terlalu banyak masalah, karena selama ini Indonesia merupakan salah satu kontributor terbesar dalam misi perdamaian PBB. Nah, di dalam data terakhir ini 2025 itu Indonesia menempati urutan kelima dari negara-negara yang berkontribusi personel yang dikirimkan dalam misi-misi PBB. Dan Indonesia sendiri oleh karenanya memiliki fasilitas dan prasarana untuk melatih para personel yang akan dikirim ke dalam misi-misi PBB itu, baik oleh militer, kemudian Polri ataupun warga sipil.
Baik. Pak Muhadi, lalu bagaimana terkait dengan pengaruh Indonesia untuk mendorong kedamaian di forum PBB ini, perdamaian?
Saya kira ini kan namanya forumnya debat ya, tetapi sebenarnya tidak ada debat, tetapi masing-masing negara pemimpinnya kemudian memberikan pandangan di situ. Nah, ini tidak akan menghasilkan keputusan yang mengikat, yang legally binding, gitu ya. Tetapi ini akan memiliki implikasi yang cukup signifikan secara moral. Kalau misalkan semua pemimpin ini misalkan sebagian besar itu memiliki visi yang sama tentang apa yang terjadi dan bagaimana persoalan ini bisa diselesaikan, maka itu akan menjadi otoritas moral yang cukup tinggi, yang mungkin akan berpengaruh terhadap perilaku politik, termasuk negara-negara besar. Misalkan ketika hampir semua negara mulai mengarah pada satu kesepakatan two-state solution. Amerika kan sudah mulai melunak dengan cara dia mendatangi negara-negara Arab, negara-negara Islam termasuk Indonesia, untuk menawarkan proposal. Nah, ini adalah ruang yang sudah mulai terbuka untuk negosiasi. Yang tadinya Presiden Trump itu sangat anti dengan two-state solution.
Baik. Pak Muhadi, kalau bicara mengenai perubahan yang paling realistis, yang terdekat mungkin setelah sidang ini dilaksanakan untuk Palestina, apa kira-kira?
Ya, apa yang paling dekat adalah kemudian berdasarkan kesepakatan itu, maka kemudian perlu akan proses spesifiknya mungkin ada di proses diplomatik ya, di PBB, tetapi saya kira yang akan disiapkan oleh PBB adalah menyiapkan infrastruktur bagi sebuah negara merdeka. Seperti dulu Timur Leste misalkan, ketika dia memperoleh kemerdekaan kan PBB membantunya untuk bisa berdiri. Dan ini yang perlu dilakukan oleh PBB.
Baik, terima kasih Pakar Hubungan Internasional UGM, Bapak Muhadi Sugiono. Tentunya apa yang diharapkan mungkin seluruh masyarakat yang ada di dunia ini untuk menghilangkan yang namanya kebencian terhadap manusia ini dapat terrealisasi dengan baik. Terima kasih sekali lagi Bapak Muhadi Sugiono. Selamat beristirahat, Bapak.
Selamat malam.
Baik, saudara, demikian breaking news Kompas TV. Tetap saksikan program-program Kompas TV berikutnya. Saya Agin Fridianto pamit. Sampai jumpa.
Delegation
İsrail
meeting in
saldırısı
Qatar for
gerçekleşmiştir.
ceasefire negotiations.
Katar'a yönelik saldırı göstermiştir
The
ki
attack on Qatar
İsrail
has also
yönetimi
shown that
tamamen
the Israeli
kontrolü
leadership is now
kaybetmiştir.
completely out of control.
Netanyahu'nun barış yapmaya da rehineleri kurtarmaya da niyetinin
Is
olmadığı
not obviously
bir kez daha
interested in forging
anlaşılmıştır.
peace or releasing
Sadece
the
komşuları değil,
hostages.
Orta Doğu'daki
Not only
tüm ülkeler
Israel's neighbors,
İsrail
but all
hükümetinin
countries in the Middle
pervasız
East are
tehditlerine
subject to the Israeli
muhatap oluyor.
government's reckless
Şunun da
threats.
farkına varalım.
And we must realize
İsrail'in artan
following.
saldırganlığı sebebiyle Avrupa başta
due to
olmak
the
üzere
increasing
Batı'da
aggression of
2.
Israel
Dünya Savaşı sonrası
in Europe and
ortaya
the West
çıkan
in
değerler
general,
de
the values
çok
that
ağır
emerged after
yara
the Second
almıştır.
World War have been
En temel
eroded.
insan hakları, ifade
The
özgürlüğü,
most fundamental human
basın
rights,
özgürlüğü,
such as freedom of
gösteri ve
expression,
protesto
freedom of
özgürlüğü,
the press,
kadın
freedom of
hakları,
assembly and protest,
çocuk
women's
hakları,
rights, children's
demokrasi,
rights, democracy,
eşitlik,
equality,
adalet
and
gibi
justice
kavramlar
have
rafa
been
kaldırılmış.
shelved away.
Gelinen noktada
At this point,
hepimiz
we all
şu
have to
gerçeği
see
görmek zorundayız.
the following
Değerli
truth,
dostlar,
my dear friends.
vaat edilmiş topraklar
The Israeli
saplantısıyla
government,
hareket
driven by an
eden
obsession
İsrail
with the
yönetimi
promised lands,
yayılmacı bir
is
politikayla
openly threatening
bölge
regional
barışına
peace and
ve
shared
insanlığın
values of
müşterek kazanımlarına kastetmektedir. 3 semavi dinin kutsal beldesi,
Three celestial
insanlığın
religions,
ortak mirası olan Kudüs-ü Şerif
Jerusalem
bu
hosts
radikalizmin doğrudan
all three celestial
hedefi.
religions and
Vicdan sahibi
a common
Musevileri de
inherited
rahatsız eden,
holy place.
onların da tasvip
Al-Quds
etmediği
is
dahası
holy for all
tüm
three
dünyada
religions.
antisemitizmi körükleyen bu cinnet
This
hali
madness disturbs
artık
conscientious Jews.
daha
It
fazla
fuels anti-Semitism
devam
around the
edemez.
world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore.
Gazze'de ateşkes bir an önce sağlanmalı,
We have to have
saldırılar
ceasefire in Gaza
durmalı,
as soon as possible.
insani
Attacks
yardımların
should stop.
engelsiz girişine
Humanitarian aid
mutlaka
should be able to
izin
enter with
verilmelidir.
no obstacles.
Soykırım kadrosunun uluslararası
genocide
hukuka hesap vermesi
Team
temin
should be held
edilmelidir.
accountable vis-a-vis
İnşallah
international law.
bu mutlaka
And God willing,
gerçekleşecektir.
this will definitely
Gazze'de yaşanan barbarlığa karşı
vis-a-vis the
sesini
barbarity taking
yükseltmeyen,
place in
tavır
Gaza.
almayan herkes
Everyone
bu
who is
vahşetin
keeping silent
sorumluluğuna ortak.
is accomplice to this
Buradan
barbarity.
bütün devlet ve
From
hükümet
here, I would
başkanlarına
like to call on
samimiyetle
all the heads
sesleniyorum.
of state and
Gün bugün.
government. Today is the
Gün
day.
insanlık adına Filistinli
Today
mazlumların
is the day
yanında
to stand
dimdik
firm
durma
alongside the
günüdür.
oppressed Palestinians and
Halklarınız
alongside humanity.
Gazze'deki barbarlığa tepki
While your
gösterirken
peoples back
gelin
home are reacting to
sizler
the
de
barbarity in
adım
Gaza,
adım
do
cesaretinizi
show the
gösterin.
courage to take action
Çocukların
here.
çocukları büyüttüğü Gazze'ye karşı insanlık görevinizi yerine getirin. Bu vesileyle dünyanın farklı ülkelerinde Gazze'li mazlumlara sahip çıkmak için meydanları dolduran Gazze'li masumlara destek olmak için denizlere yelken açan akademisyeniyle, sanatçısıyla, siyasetçisiyle, aktivistiyle, öğrencisiyle, tüm Filistin savunucularına en kalbi selamlarımı yolluyorum.
I would like to say to them, thank you so much. And clear bows and favorable winds
13
for
yıl
their
boyunca
actions.
sizlere
Esteemed
bu
delegation
kürsüden
members,
komşumuz
for 13
Suriye'de
years,
yaşanan
I
zulümden
have spoken to you
ve
from this
çatışmalardan
platform about the oppression
bahsettim.
and conflicts in our
Nasıl
neighbor
bugün
Syria.
Gazze'li mazlumlar için
Just as I
sesimizi
raised my voice
yükseltiyorsak
today for the oppressed
13
people
yıl
of
süresince
Gaza,
de Suriyelilerin
likely for
feryatlarına
13 years,
dikkat
I
çekin.
have also drawn attention to the
Burada onların
cries
da
of the Syrians,
sesi,
and
nefesi
here
oldu.
I became their voice
1 milyon
and
insanın
breath as
hayatına, milyonlarcasının da
The persecution
vatanlarını
that caused the
terk
deaths
etmesine
of 1
sebep olan
million
zulüm,
people
8
and that
Aralık
forced millions
devrimiyle
more to
birlikte
flee their
hamdolsun
homeland has,
artık
thankfully,
tarihe
become a
karıştı.
thing of the past.
Suriyeli
With the
kardeşlerimiz
December 8th
8
revolution.
Aralık tarihi
Our Syrian
itibariyle
brothers and sisters
yeni bir dönemin
opened the doors to a new
kapılarını
period
açtılar.
as of December the 8th.
Eli kanlı bir rejime karşı
I believe that the
mücadeleyi
people of
kazanan
Syria who
Suriye
fought against
halkı
a bloodthirsty
inanıyorum ki
regime
büyük
will also be
bedeller
able to
ödeyerek
carry the victory
elde
they
ettikleri
achieved at
zaferi
great
de
cost
inşallah
to its
menziline
rightful place,
ulaştıracaktır.
God willing.
DAEŞ başta olmak üzere terörün
We'll
hiçbir
support
çeşidinin
with all our
olmadığı,
means the vision of
güvenliğin
a one
tesis
and unified
edildiği
Syria
bir
with
ve
no
bütün
forms of
Suriye
terrorism,
vizyonunu
especially
tüm
ISIS,
imkanlarımızla
being present.
destekleyeceğiz. Suriye'de istikrar kökleştikçe
Syria where security
hiç
is
şüphesiz
established is what we
bunun
want.
kazananı
As stability takes root in
Suriyelilerle
Syria,
birlikte
the winners,
tüm komşu ülkeler,
for sure
tüm
will be all
bölgemiz
the neighboring
olacak.
countries, our entire region along
Körfez'deki
with Syrians.
kardeş ülkelere de
And the
Suriye'nin
brotherly countries in the
toparlanmasına
Gulf.
verdikleri katkılar
I would
için
like to thank them for their
teşekkürlerimi
contributions
iletiyorum.
for
Bizimle
Syria to recuperate.
aynı ilkeleri paylaşan tüm bölgesel
All the
ve
regional
uluslararası
and international
aktörlerle
actors who share the same
işbirliğimizi
principles with us,
inşallah
God
aynı
willing,
şekilde
we will continue
sürdüreceğiz.
with our cooperation with all those
Değerli dostlar,
actors in the same manner.
komşumuz
Esteemed
İran'la
friends,
ilgili nükleer dosyanın
we hope
bir an
that the
evvel
nuclear
diplomasi
issue with our
yoluyla
neighbor Iran will be
çözülmesini
resolved through
temenni
diplomacy as soon as possible.
Unutulmamalıdır
It
ki
should not be forgotten
bölgemiz
that our
yeni bir
region
krizi
cannot
daha
tolerate
kaldıramaz.
yet another crisis.
Komşumuz Irak'ın istikrarı,
the stability,
güvenliği
security
ve
and
refahı
prosperity of our neighbor
bölgemizin
Iraq
selameti bakımından
extremely important
fevkalade
for the well-being
önemlidir.
of our region.
Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi kolektif refahı
In this
önceleyen
regard, we attach great
stratejik
importance to
hamlelere
strategic
bu
moves
bakımdan
based on stability
büyük
and
önem
prosperity,
atfediyoruz.
such as the
Kuzeyde
development path
her
project.
ikisi de komşumuz
In the
olan
north, we are
Rusya
hosting
ve
with
Ukrayna
great
arasında
enthusiasm the Istanbul process
İstanbul
between
sürecine
Russia and
büyük bir
Ukraine,
iştiyakla
both of
ev
which
sahipliği
are our
yapıyoruz.
neighbors.
Doğrudan görüşmeler sayesinde
Through
çok
direct
sayıda
talks, we
esirin
facilitated
ve
the
naaşın
exchange of
mübadelesine
several prisoners and
aracılık et.
corpses, and we
Taraflar
worked to
arasında
identify the
barış
modalities
müzakerelerinin modalitelerini
of peace
belirlemeye çalışıyoruz.
negotiations between the
Unutmayın,
parties.
savaşın kazananı
forget,
adil bir barışın
there
kaybedeni
is no
olmaz
winner of
şiarıyla
war
önümüzdeki
and no
dönemde
losers
de
of a just
ateşkes
peace.
için
So with this
çaba
motto in mind, in
göstermeye
the coming days
devam
also,
edeceğiz.
we will continue to work hard for a
Azerbaycan
peaceful
ve
ceasefire.
Ermenistan arasında barışın
Meanwhile,
tesisi için
We have
tarafları
encouraged the parties
en başından
from the very
bu yana
beginning to establish peace
cesaretlendirdik.
between Azerbaijan
8
and
Ağustos
Armenia.
tarihinde iki ülke arasında kalıcı
We are
barışa
pleased
giden
that steps were
adımların
taken on
atılmasından
August the 8th,
memnuniyet duyuyoruz.
steps that will enable the
Azerbaycan
establishment
Cumhurbaşkanı
of lasting peace
Sayın
between the two
Aliyev
countries.
ile Ermenistan
I would like to
Başbakanı
once again
Sayın
congratulate the President of
Paşinyan başta
Azerbaijan,
olmak üzere
İlham Aliyev, the
sürece
Prime Minister
katkıda
of
bulunan
Armenia, Nikol
Amerikan
Pashinyan,
Başkanı Sayın
and the American
Trump'ı
President Donald
burada
Trump, who
bir kez daha
contributed to
tebrik
this
ediyorum.
process, and I would like to
Bu
congratulate them.
vesileyle ülkemizle Ermenistan arasındaki normalleşme sürecinin kendi rayında ilerlediğini de ifade etmek isterim. Diğer bir arabuluculuk faaliyetimiz olan Ankara süreci kapsamında Somali ile Etiyopya arasındaki ihtilafın halline yönelik gayretlerimizi sürdürüyoruz. Tarafların bu girişimi hızla başarıyla neticelendirmelerini temenni ediyorum. Değerli delegeler, Karadeniz'de güvenliğin teminatı olan Montreux Sözleşmesi'ni tam 89 yıldır tarafsızlık içinde harfiyen uygulamaktayız. Ege Denizi'ni ve Doğu Akdeniz'i ilgili tüm tarafların meşru menfaatlerine riayet edilen bir istikrar ve refah havzası olarak görmek istiyoruz. Enerji ve çevre başta olmak üzere her konuda yapıcı işbirliğine hazırız. Komşularımızdan da aynısını bekliyoruz. Bu vesileyle Doğu Akdeniz'de Türkiye'yi ve Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ni dışlayan projelerin başarılı olamayacağını burada özellikle vurgulamak istiyorum. Kıbrıs adasının batısında Türkiye'nin hak ve yetkileri, adanın etrafındaki alanlarda ise Kıbrıs Türklerinin meşru hakları var. Daha evvel de teklif ettiğimiz Doğu Akdeniz Konferansı müşterek bir zeminin bulunmasına katkı yapacak. Kıbrıs meselesinin çözümü daha önce defalarca denenmiş ancak Rum tarafının uzlaşmaz tutumu nedeniyle tüketilmiş federasyon modeli üzerine bina edilemez. Kıbrıs adasında iki ayrı devlet ve iki ayrı halk vardır. Kıbrıs Türkleri adanın eşit sahibidir ve azınlık olmayı kabul etmeyecek. Uluslararası toplum Kıbrıs Türklerinin yarım asırdır maruz bırakıldıkları haksız izolasyona artık son vermelidir. Son 3 Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda yaptığım çağrıyı bugün bir kere daha tekrarlıyor. Uluslararası toplumu Kuzey Kıbrıs Türk Cumhuriyeti'ni tanımaya, diplomatik, siyasi ve ekonomik ilişkiler kurmaya davet ediyor. Sayın Başkan, Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, önümüzdeki dönemde Türkiye-Avrupa Birliği ilişkilerinde yeni bir başlangıç ve vizyon arzuluyoruz. Bu vizyon günü kurtaran değil, ufku yeniden tayin eden, ortak geleceğimizi şekillendiren bir vizyon olmalıdır. Bunun için elbette Avrupa Birliği'nin de bizim kadar istekli ve kararlı olması mühimdir. Net güvenlik sağlayıcısı bir ülke olarak Birleşmiş Milletler, NATO, AGİ ve Avrupa Birliği'nin harekat ve misyonlarına katkılarımızı sürdürüyoruz. 2026 yılındaki NATO zirvesini Ankara'da toplayacağız. NATO müttefikimiz Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile ilişkilerimizi ticaret, yatırım, enerji ve savunma sanayi başta olmak üzere birçok alanda güçlendiriyoruz. Ata yurdumuz Orta Asya'daki kardeş ülkelerimizin barış, istikrar ve refahı bizim için vazgeçilmezdir. Türk Devletleri Teşkilatımız bölgesel bir çatı olmanın ötesine geçerek küresel bir aktör olma yolunda ilerliyor. Köklü beşeri bağlarımızın olduğu Balkanlarda barışın ve istikrarın sürmesi için yoğun gayret içindeyiz. Temmuz ayında ayında ihdas ettiğimiz Balkan Barış Platformu bu yöndeki çabalarımızın en yeni örneğidir. KFOR komutanlığı görevini de bu yıl Ekim ayında bir kez daha üstleneceğiz. Afganistan'daki yönetimin toplumu kuşatıcı, dikkate alan bir anlayış sergilemesi temel arzumuzdur. Yeniden toparlanma sürecinde uluslararası toplumun Afgan halkını yalnız bırakmaması, Türkiye ve Türk milleti olarak Afgan kardeşlerimizin her daim yanında olmaya devam edeceğiz. Değerli dostlar, Güney Asya'da barış ve istikrarın muhafazasını son derece önemli görüyoruz. Nisan ayında Pakistan ve Hindistan arasındaki çatışmaya varan bu gerilimde varılan ateşkesten memnuniyet duyuyoruz. İki ülke arasında terörle mücadelede işbirliğini önemsiyoruz. Keşmir meselesinin Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararları temelinde Keşmirli kardeşlerimizin beklentileri ekseninde diyalogla çözülmesini destekliyoruz. Afrika kıtasıyla eğitimden sağlığa, altyapıdan ticarete kadar geniş bir yelpazede ilişkilerimiz yıldan yıla güçleniyor. Somali'nin terörle mücadelesine gereken her türlü desteği verirken insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi de sürdürüyoruz. Sudan'da 2 yılı aşkın süredir devam eden çatışma ortamı bizleri ziyadesiyle üzmektedir. Sudan'da akan kanın durması ve sürdürülebilir barışın tesis edilmesi uluslararası toplumun ortak sorumluluğu. Bizim bu yöndeki çabalarımız devam edecek. Büyük Göller bölgesi yıllardır süren istikrarsızlık ve çatışmalardan ziyadesiyle müzdarip olmuştur. Kongo Demokratik Cumhuriyeti'nin doğusunda yaşanan çatışmalar bir an önce çözülmelidir. Amerika'nın arabuluculuğu ve Katar'ın kolaylaştırıcılığında yürütülen gayretleri samimiyetle destekliyoruz. Batı Afrika'da bilhassa sahil havzasında artan terör faaliyetlerini de endişeyle takip ediyoruz. Tarihi bağlarımızın bulunduğu bu bölge halklarının huzura ve istikrara kavuşmaları için çabalarımız devam edecek. İlhamını çift başlı Selçuklu Kartalı'ndan alan, bizim de 360 derecelik yaklaşımla yürüttüğümüz Türk dış politikasında Asya ülkeleriyle ilişkilerimiz büyük stratejik öneme sahiptir. Yeniden Asya girişimimiz çerçevesinde ASEAN başta olmak üzere bölgesel kuruluşlarla angajmanımız giderek derinleşiyor. Latin Amerika ve Karayipler bölgesiyle münasebetlerimizi ortaklık ruhuyla ve kazan yaklaşımıyla geliştirmeye büyük önem atfediyoruz. Bölgedeki tüm ülkelerle kurmuş olduğumuz dostane bağları daha ileriye taşıma irademiz bakidir. Kıymetli delegeler, uluslararası ticarette artan korumacılık eğilimleri ve tedarik zincirlerinde yaşanan kırılmalar dünya ekonomisinde esaslı değişimlere yol açıyor. Mevcut sınamalarla başarılı mücadele için Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün yer aldığı kurallara dayalı uluslararası ticaretin reforme edilmesini destekliyoruz. Ucuz, güvenli ve sürdürülebilir enerjiye erişimi özellikle gelişmekte olan ülkelerin kalkınma hedeflerinin gerçekleştirilmesi için vazgeçilmez buluyorum. Çin'den Avrupa'ya uzanan ve stratejik önemi haiz Hazar geçişli Doğu-Batı Ortak Koridoru projesini ilerletiyoruz. Modern ulaştırma altyapımız ve Bakü-Tiflis-Kars hattıyla dünya ticaretinin gelişimine katkı sunuyoruz. Tabiata saygılı bir gelecek inşa etme hedefiyle çıktığımız yolda 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefine doğru kararlılıkla ilerliyoruz. Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde yürüyen sıfır atık hareketinin tüm dünyada her yıl dalga dalga büyüyen, daha fazla insana ve kalbe ulaşan bir farkındalık halkasına dönüştüğünü görmek bizim için ayrı bir bahtiyarlıktır. Bu süreçte gelişmiş ülkelerin sorumluluklarını yerine getirmesi artık bir tercihten öte yükümlülük haline gelmiştir. Dünyada en fazla kalkınma yardımı yapan ülkelerden biri olarak Birleşmiş Milletler'in sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine ulaşılması için çaba harcıyoruz. 2030 hedeflerine erişmek ve dünyanın dört bir yanındaki yüz milyonlarca insanı onurlu yaşama kavuşturmak için küresel finansman mimarisinin kimseyi geride bırakmama anlayışıyla uyumlu hale getirilmesini savunuyoruz. Burada şunu da özellikle dikkatinizi çekerek söylemek istiyorum. Biz jeopolitik sınamalarla uğraşırken İnsanlık yapay zeka alanında olağanüstü bir sıçramaya şahitlik ediyor. Çığır açan bu teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücü ve sunduğu nimetlerden hiçbir toplumun mahrum bırakılmaması gerekiyor. Yapay zeka teknolojileri yeni bir tahakküm aracı olarak değil, insanlığın lehine kullanılmalıdır. Ev sahipliğini yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler için Birleşmiş Milletler Teknoloji Bankası dijital ve teknolojik açığın kapatılmasında kritik rol oynuyor. Hazırladığımız ve evrensel mutabakatla yakında imzayı açacağımız dijital dünyada çocuk hakları sözleşmesinin bu alanda küresel bir farkındalık oluşturacağına inanıyor. Çabalarımıza güçlü desteğinizi bekliyoruz. Diğer taraftan ırkçılık, yabancı karşıtlığı ve bilhassa İslam düşmanlığının vahim boyutlara ulaştığı günümüzde bir arada yaşama kültürünü tehdit eden bu akımlarla mücadele insanlık için zaruret halini almıştır. Medeniyetler İttifakı Yüksek Temsilcisi Sayın Moratinos'un Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Sekreterinin İslamofobi ile mücadele özel elçisi olarak da atanması kıymetlidir. Geçen sene burada ifade ettiğim gibi aile kurumu günümüzde daha önce hiç olmadığı kadar tehdit altındadır. Kadın ve erkekten oluşan aileyi savunmak aynı zamanda insanı, fıtratı, yaşamı ve geleceği savunmak demektir. Türkiye olarak artan saldırılar karşısında aileyi savunmaya devam edeceğiz. Kıymetli delegeler, insanlığın bir daha savaş felaketi yaşamaması için kurulan Birleşmiş Milletler'in kökleri içinde bulunduğumuz karanlık döneme ışık tutacak değerlerle doludur. Genel Sekreter Sayın Guterres'in teşkilatımızı etkin ve verimli hale getirmek amacıyla başlattığı Birleşmiş Milletler 80 girişimine desteğimiz tamdır. Bu girişimin Birleşmiş Milletler'in tüm faaliyetlerini daha da güçlendirecek bir süreç olarak başarıya ulaşmasını temenni ediyorum. Bu sürece İstanbul'u bir Birleşmiş Milletler merkezi haline getirme vizyonumuzdan da hareketle güçlü destek vermeye hazırız. 80. yılda Birleşmiş Milletleri kuruluş ruhuna döndürecek adımları atmak hepimizin ortak sorumluluğu. Biz güçlünün haklı olduğu değil, haklının güçlü olduğu bir sistem kurulana kadar dünya 5'ten büyüktür demeye devam edeceğiz.
Until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous.
Görevimiz sistemi terk etmek değil, onarmak, yeniden işler hale getirmek. Hiç şüphesiz daha adil bir dünya mümkündür. Türkiye daha adil bir dünyanın inşası için mücadelesini sabırla devam ettirecektir. Rabbim yar ve yardımcımız olsun diyorum. Hepinizi bir kez daha sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock,
Señor Secretario General de las
Secretary
Naciones
General of
Unidas,
the United Nations,
Antonio
Guterres,
Señoras
ladies
y señores,
and gentlemen,
Jefes de Estado
heads of state,
y señoras presentes en esta magna
ladies
asamblea.
and gentlemen, present
El
here
Perú
is the last of which was the Inca Empire,
que dejó
which
un
left
legado de
us a
grandeza.
legacy of greatness.
Somos herederos
We are
asimismo
also heirs
del
of
virreinato
the
del Perú, que
Viceroyalty
abarcó
of
las
Peru,
2/3
which
partes
encompassed
de
2/3
América
of
del
South
Sur.
America.
Somos un país mestizo,
We are a mestizo
mezcla
nation,
fundamental
a
entre
fundamental
hispanos
mix
y
between
andinos,
Hispanic and Andean
orgulloso
peoples,
de ser heredero
proud to
de
be
los
the
más
heirs
grandes
of the two
imperios de
greatest
Europa y
empires
América
of Europe
del
and
siglo
America
XVI.
of the 16th century.
El pueblo peruano
The
es
Peruvian
hoy
people today
resiliente,
are resilient,
emprendedor, solidario,
entrepreneurial,
amante
supportive,
de la paz,
and lovers of
la
peace,
libertad y la
freedom,
democracia.
and democracy.
Nuestros grandes
Our great writers,
escritores, Mario Vargas Llosa y José
and
María
José María
Arguedas,
Arguedas
compartieron la idea
shared the idea
de que el Perú
that
es
Peru
país
is a
de
country
todas
of
las sangres.
all bloods.
Nuestra identidad expresa
Our
creativamente
identity
que somos
creatively
la unidad
expresses that we are
de los
the
diversos,
unity of the diverse,
unidos bajo la misma
united
roja y
under the
blanca
same
bandera
red and
peruana.
white Peruvian flag.
En nuestro país
In our country,
viven los pueblos
native
originarios y los
peoples
pueblos
and
del
peoples
mundo
of the
en
world
paz
live together
y unidad,
in peace and
como una
unity
gran síntesis del
as a
Perú,
great synthesis
país en el que vivió y trabajó
Peru,
durante
the
40
country
años
in
el Papa
which
León
Pope Leo
XIV,
XIV lived
nacionalizado
and worked
peruano,
in for 40 years,
por su profundo
a
amor a
naturalized
nuestra
Peruvian
gente,
because of his deep love
tanto
for
por
our
su
people,
carácter solidario
both
y
for his
pacífico,
supportive
como
as well
por
as
su fe
his
católica
peaceful
y
disposition
cristiana.
and his Catholic and Christian faith.
Todos los estudios señalan
All studies
que somos el
indicate
país más
that we are the
emprendedor
most
del mundo,
entrepreneurial
razón
country in the world,
por la cual después de la
which
pandemia
is
del
why, after the
COVID-19, que por
COVID-19
una
pandemic,
pésima
that
administración
due to
gubernamental
poor government
alcanzó
administration
más de 2
claimed
millones
more
de
than 2
fallecidos.
million lives.
Nos hemos empezado a
But we have
recuperar
begun
logrando
to
hoy
recover
más de 17 meses
And
de
today,
crecimiento
we look back on more
consecutivo
than 17
de
months
nuestra
of
economía.
consecutive
Hemos
economic growth.
derrotado la
We
recesión
have
y la
overcome the
inflación
recession and
originada por la
inflation
violencia
caused by
política
political violence
y por la
and by
corrupción.
corruption,
Un golpe de
a
Estado
failed
fallido
coup d'etat,
y la fuga de más de
and the
20
flight
mil
of more
millones
than
de
$20
dólares
billion
entre los años
that was between
2021 y
2021 and
2023.
2023.
Hemos recuperado la
We
confianza
have
de la inversión nacional,
regained
pero
the trust of
también
national but also
del extranjero,
of foreign
y
investment,
abrazado
and
a la
we
libertad.
have embraced freedom.
Somos un país solvente
We
y
are a
estable
solvent and a stable
por el
country.
golpe de Estado de diciembre del
Because of the coup
2022
attempt
que
of December
pretendía
2022,
instaurar una
which sought to
dictadura
establish a
sometiendo
dictatorship
a todos los
by
poderes del
forcing
Estado,
all branches of the state
tuve que asumir
into submission, I had
constitucionalmente
to
la
constitutionally
presidencia de la
assume the
República.
presidency of the Republic.
Desde ese entonces
Since that
se
date,
estableció una narrativa
narrative
por la cual
was
el
established
golpista
by which
se
the coup
convirtió en
plotter
víctima y la
became a
presidenta
victim, and
que
the
asumió
president, who
constitucional y
constitutionally
legalmente
and
la
legally
presidencia,
assumed the presidency,
fue acusada
was
por algunas
accused
voces
by
de
some
golpista
quarters
y
of being a
usurpadora.
coup plotter and
La
usurper.
mentira trastocada en verdad
Lies turned into
y
truth,
la verdad en
and truth
mentira.
turned into lies.
Este es uno de los temas
This is
que
one
nuestro,
of the
de nuestro
issues
tiempo.
of our time.
La construcción
The
de
building
narrativas
of false
falsas que
narratives
buscan armar
to
proyectos
attempt to defend
políticos antidemocráticos.
anti-democratic
La
political
reflexión
projects.
es que las
The
ideologías
thinking
de
goes
odio,
that ideologies of
con sus
hatred,
proyectos de
with their
estados
projects of
fallidos
failed states
que crecen
that
como
grow
estados
into all-powerful
todopoderosos,
states,
requieren para
require,
imponerse una
in order
narrativa
to impose
falsa
their will,
para
a
lograr su
false narrative
objetivo por medio
in order to
de la
achieve their
violencia que
objectives
en el
through
poder
violence, and who,
aplasta las
once in
libertades,
power, crush
aplasta
freedoms,
los medios de comunicación,
silence
a la
the press
oposición
and
democrática,
democratic opposition,
viola los derechos humanos
violate
y da
human
inicio
rights,
al
and
control,
begin to control,
confiscación
to
y
confiscate,
expropiación
and
de
to
las empresas
expropriate
privadas,
private companies,
creando una burocracia
creating
corrupta
a corrupt bureaucracy
destruye la
that
economía,
destroys the economy,
la sociedad y la
society,
moral pública.
and public morality.
El primer paso
The
para
first
todo
step
ello
for achieving
es
all
la
of this
construcción
is to build
de un
a
relato en el
narrative
que se
in order
miente,
to
se
lie,
engaña
to
y
deceive,
se
and
manipula.
to manipulate.
La ideología del odio de
The
clases
ideology
es
of
muy
class hatred
hábil
is very
en
skillful
trastocar la
at
realidad y
distorting
construir
reality
falsos
and
relatos,
building false
pues
narratives,
utiliza el método
because it uses the
totalitario de repetir
totalitarian
ad
method of
infinitum
repeating a
una
lie
mentira,
ad infinitum,
como se hiciera
as
en
was
el
done
mundo
in the world
antes de la Segunda
before
Guerra
the
Mundial
Second
y
World
como se
War,
viene
and
haciendo
as is happening
nuevamente
again
porque
today,
el
because
totalitarismo se
totalitarianism
renueva, se
renews
presenta con otros
itself, presents
rostros,
itself with other
porque lo
faces,
que sigue siendo una grave amenaza
but it remains
para
a
los
serious
países
threat
y
to
para el
countries
mundo.
and to the world.
El cínico relato se ve
The cynical
reforzado
narrative is
por el
reinforced
intervencionismo
by
en los
interventionism
asuntos
in the
internos de los
internal affairs
países,
of countries,
apoyando y
supporting
difundiendo
and spreading
falsedades
falsehoods
para
to
destruir la
destroy democracy
democracia
and
y eliminar
eliminate
la libertad.
freedom.
En el Perú
In Peru,
hemos superado
we have overcome
una fuerte, organizada y
strong,
persistente violencia
organized and
política que
persistent political
pretendía
violence
la
that
vuelta al
sought the
gobierno del
return of the
golpista,
coup plotters
y desde el
government,
año
and
2024
since
se ha
2024,
logrado avanzar en el
progress has been made
restablecimiento de
in
la
restoring
estabilidad
stability
y
and
la
confidence.
confianza, razón por la cual
And this
la
is why
economía
the
peruana
Peruvian
logró
economy
crecer
managed
ese
to
año
grow this year by
3,3% y en el
3.3%.
presente año 2025
And
está
in the
superando
current
un
year,
crecimiento del
2025, is exceeding
3,5%,
3.5% growth.
previéndose que el
With
año
forecasts that in
2026 se
2026,
mantenga la tendencia
the
de la
trend of
expansión
economic growth will
económica.
continue.
El gobierno Garantiza
The government
3
guarantees
años de nuestra moneda
and our currency
se mantiene
remains
estable y
stable
se
and
fortalece
it's
cada día
getting
más.
stronger every day.
Nuestra deuda externa
Our
es menor
external
al
debt is less than
32,2% del
32.2%
PBI,
of GDP,
una de las más
one of
bajas
the
de
lowest
América
in the
y del
Americas
mundo.
and in the world.
Nuestro déficit
And our
fiscal
fiscal
este
deficit
año
this
será
year
de
will be
2,2%
2.2% annually.
anual. Señora Presidenta de esta magna
Madam
Asamblea,
President of this
el 24
magnificent
de
General
octubre se
Assembly,
creó
on
las
October
Naciones
24th,
Unidas,
the UN was
después
created
de la
after World
Segunda Guerra
War II,
Mundial, cuando se logró
when one
derrotar a
of
uno
the
de los
greatest
mayores proyectos
totalitarian
políticos
political
totalitarios
projects
construido
built
bajo una
on an
ideología de
ideology
odio
of hatred,
que produjo el más grave genocidio
leading
en la
to the most
historia
serious
de
genocide
la
in
humanidad,
human history,
el
the
Holocausto,
Holocaust,
que
was
jamás,
defeated.
que
And this is
jamás
something that we
debemos
must
olvidar.
never, I say never,
Esa nefasta
forget.
guerra causó la
That
muerte
dreadful war
de 60
caused the
millones
death
de
of
seres
60
humanos.
million human beings.
Toda ideología de odio,
All
el odio de
ideologies of
clases
hate,
y su
class
elevación
hatred,
a
and
principio y
its
motor de la
elevation as a
historia,
principle and
el odio
driver
racial,
of history,
el
racial
nacionalista,
hatred,
el
nationalist
odio
hatred,
religioso,
religious hatred,
étnico,
ethnic
el odio a
hatred,
las
hatred
mujeres,
against
entre
women,
otros,
amongst others,
son los
are the
causantes de los
causes
peores
for the
crímenes
worst
en la
crimes
historia
committed
humana.
in human history.
Las ideologías de odio
Ideologies of
construyen
hatred
relatos como verdades
build narratives
absolutas
as absolute
que
truths
instrumentalizan a las
that
personas y a los
instrumentalize people
pueblos.
and nations.
La constitución
The
política de mi
political
patria
constitution of my
afirma
homeland,
que la
Peru,
defensa
affirms that the
de la
defense
persona
of
humana
the
y su
individual
dignidad
and their
es el
dignity
fin
is
supremo
the
de
supreme
la
goal
sociedad
of
y del
society
Estado.
and of the state.
El Perú rechaza en
Peru,
consecuencia los dos principales
Rejects the
relatos
two
de odio
principal
en el
hate
mundo,
narratives in the world,
el odio de clases y
namely
el odio
class hatred
religioso,
and religious
origen
hatred.
de guerras.
These are the
y
origins
violencia
of
humana.
wars and
En el
inhumane
Perú
violence.
hemos sufrido
In Peru,
más de 20
we
años
suffered
de
for
un
more than
terrorismo
20 years
mesiánico,
from a
dogmático,
messianic,
violento y
dogmatic,
genocida
violent and
que le costó
genocidal
la vida a
terrorism
más de
that cost the
70,000
lives of more
peruanos.
than 70,000
El
Peruvians.
terrorista odia las
The terrorist
elecciones y el
hates
derecho
elections
ciudadano
and the citizens'
a
right
elegir y a
to
ser
choose
elegido.
and to be
Cuando participa,
and to stand for
lo
election.
hace para
When they
destruir la democracia
participate, they do so
desde
to
adentro.
destroy democracy from
Sin
within.
embargo,
However,
el relato que se ha querido
the narrative
imponer
that
es
they
una
wanted
mentira
to
flagrante.
impose is a flagrant lie.
Las Fuerzas Armadas
The
y
armed forces
policiales
and the police
que defendieron la
who
vida
defended
y
the
la
life
libertad de
and
los
the freedom
peruanos
of Peruvians
son
are
acusados
now
de violar
accused
los
of
derechos
violating
humanos,
human rights.
convirtiéndose así
Thus,
los
the
héroes,
heroes who
defensores de la
defended
vida,
life,
la
democracy,
democracia y la
and freedom
libertad en
are
victimarios
turned into
y los
victimizers,
terroristas
and the terrorists
en víctimas.
are turned into
Así,
victims.
Los héroes que
In this way,
defendieron
the
la
heroes who
democracia
defended
son
democracy are
perseguidos
being persecuted
en
in
juicios que se
trials
prolongan
that drag on
por
for
décadas, mientras que
decades,
los
while the
terroristas
terrorists
son
are
indemnizados y
compensated
considerados
and considered
víctimas.
victims.
El mundo al revés. La ONU, Presidenta,
This is the world in
ha
reverse.
sido un hito
The
fundamental en el
UN was
siglo
a
XX.
milestone in the
Pero en el
20th
siglo
century,
XXI
but in the
debemos
21st
estar
century,
más
we must
atentos.
be more vigilant.
Es nuestro deber
It is our
impedir
duty
que el mundo se
to prevent the world
precipite
from
hacia
plunging
nuevos genocidios
into new
y nuevas
genocides
violencias.
and new violence.
No es aceptable en un mundo
It is not
civilizado
acceptable in a
que un
civilized
país
world that
invada
one country
a otro,
invade another
utilizando un
using
relato
a
falso
false narrative
para
to
justificar
justify
una guerra que
a
ataca
war,
principalmente
a
a
war
la
that first and
población.
foremost attacks the
No
civilian
es
population.
admisible la
It is
matanza
not
de
acceptable
civiles,
to slaughter
la
civilians,
captura de
to
centenares de
capture
jóvenes,
hundreds of young people,
mujeres y hasta
women,
niños
and even children,
para
and
utilizarlos
use
como
them
rehenes.
as hostages.
Vivimos ante la amenaza
We
del
live under
crimen
the threat of
internacional
international
organizado.
organized crime.
En el Perú,
In Peru,
La delincuencia internacional dedicada
based
a la extorsión recurre a métodos terroristas.
Extortion uses terrorist methods such as bomb attacks to submit citizens to its will.
Estas organizaciones
These criminal
criminales
organizations
que utilizan armas de guerra han
use
creado
weapons of
mecanismos
war
financieros
have
para
created
lavar
financial
el dinero
mechanisms to
manchado de
launder
sangre,
blood-stained money,
remitiendo grandes
sending
sumas
large
a
sums
sus países
back
de
to their
origen.
countries of origin.
Se pretende normalizar
They
esa
seek
violencia
to
que
normalize this
requiere
violence,
para su
which
derrota
requires, in
el
order to be defeated,
reconocimiento por la
recognition
ONU
by the
como
UN
organizaciones
as
terroristas
terrorist
y una
organizations
nueva legislación
and
nacional
new national
e
and
internacional
international legislation
que detenga su amenaza al
to
sistema
stop them being a
democrático
threat
y al
to the
desarrollo de
democratic
los
system
pueblos.
and to the
Es
development of
imperativo
peoples.
asimismo
It is also
actuar
imperative
contra el
that we act
narcotráfico y la
against
minería
drug
ilegal
trafficking and illegal
que
mining
destruye el medio
that
ambiente,
destroys the environment,
contaminan los
pollutes
ríos y
rivers,
condena
and
a los
condemns
pueblos
peoples
y a las
and
personas
individuals
a la
to
esclavitud.
slavery.
El crimen internacional
International
tiene
crime
sometidas
has subjected
a miles de
thousands
mujeres
of women
extraídas de sus
taken from their
hogares, de
home
sus países con
countries
violencia
through violence
y engaños
and deception
y explotadas y privadas de su
being
libertad.
exploited and deprived of their
Señoras
freedom.
y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
vivimos momentos que nos
we are
recuerdan
living
los
through
episodios
times
más
that recall
oscuros de
the
nuestra
darkest
historia
chapters
moderna.
of our modern history,
Y el Perú
and
está
Peru
convencido
is
que el mundo no
convinced that
necesita
the
menos
world does
ONU,
not need less
sino
UN,
más y mejor
but
ONU.
more and a better
Una
UN,
que esté acorde con
one
los
that is in
tiempos
tune with the times,
en los que las ideologías de
in times
odio
in
que
which
tanto daño
ideologies of
causaron y
hatred that
causan
cause and
a la
cause
humanidad
so much damage to
se han
humanity
refugiado en la
have taken
mentira,
refuge in
en las
lies,
informaciones
in
falsas y en
misinformation,
la
and
penetración
which have
de las
penetrated
sociedades
democratic
democráticas.
societies.
El Perú, como miembro fundador,
Peru,
está
as a founding
comprometido con
member,
un
is
sistema
committed
multilateral
to an
abierto,
open multilateral system based on international
y
law
los principios
and
de
the
la Carta de
principles
Naciones
of the UN
Unidas.
Charter.
El pilar, el modelo
And we see in
La
the
ONU,
UN the
pero es
pillar
momento
of the model
de hacer un
that has
alto
brought peace and
y
prosperity.
mirar lo que está
But
pasando
we
en el
have to
mundo a
look
nuestro
at what's
alrededor.
happening around us
En
in
este
the world.
momento estamos
At this
aquí,
time, as we're meeting
pero al otro
here,
lado del mundo
in other parts of the
están
world,
matando niños,
they are killing
niñas, personas
children,
inocentes.
girls, boys, innocent people.
La prosperidad al mundo debe ser
Prosperity
en ese trabajo responsable y unido.
will only come if we
Y que
are
hoy debe
united and work
ingresar a un
together.
proceso de adecuación
And we have to
frente a las
adapt
nuevas
to
amenazas.
new threats.
Cada uno de nuestros países
Each of our countries
tiene el deber de
has the duty
contribuir al desarrollo
to make their
de
contribution
soluciones a los
towards
problemas
finding solutions to
que enfrentamos, y
the
en
problems
eso
that we all face
se esfuerza
together.
mi país.
And my country is
Pero la
striving to do this.
interconexión de nuestras
But
sociedades
the
y
interconnection of
economías
our societies
hacen que
and
solo a
economies
través de la
means that it is only through international
internacional
cooperation
podamos resolver la
that we
crisis
can resolve
que
the
enfrentamos.
crises which we face.
Si no reformamos las
If we
Naciones
do not
Unidas,
reform the United
nuestra
Nations,
casa común,
our common home,
para devolverle
to restore
representatividad y efectividad a su
representativeness and
acción,
effectiveness to its
corremos
action,
el grave
then
riesgo
we
de ver
run
desaparecer
the very serious risk
uno de los
of seeing
instrumentos
one
más
of the most
preciados
precious instruments
tiene
that
la
the international
comunidad
community
internacional
has for
para la
world
estabilidad del
stability
mundo. Por
disappearing.
ello, el Perú apoya
For
los
this reason,
trabajos de la
Peru
iniciativa
supports the
ONU
work of the
80,
UN 80 initiative,
iniciados por el secretario
launched by the
general,
Secretary General,
poniendo
placing
especial
particular
énfasis en la
emphasis
necesidad de
on
volver
the
a
need to
centrar
refocus
la
the
organización
organization
en sus
on
funciones
its
fundamentales,
fundamental functions,
acercándola
bringing it
a las
closer to
necesidades
the
de los
needs
pueblos,
of peoples,
a la vez que
and
volviéndola
at the same
más
time
eficiente.
making it more efficient.
La ONU 80 debe ser
UN
una
80
oportunidad
must
para
be an
fortalecer
opportunity
el
to strengthen
multilateralismo
multilateralism
y asegurar
and
que la
ensure
organización
that the
esté
organization
mejor
is better
preparada para
prepared
cumplir
to achieve
sus
its
objetivos
essential
esenciales.
goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is complemented by a transformation in UN governance that prevents institutional stalemates when it comes to decision-making, while ensuring its suitability. Ladies and gentlemen, in Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom and human rights. My government is the most stable of the last 5 years, during which 5 presidents have succeeded one another. We are fighting for citizen security, facing crime that takes advantage of the rise in the price of gold and drug trafficking. We have achieved positive, verifiable results in these areas. We are working to strengthen human capital. We are fighting child malnutrition and anemia. And we are building schools and hospitals throughout the country, which has not been done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world, as well as a firm policy for fighting corruption. Our goal is to guarantee free and impartial elections, defeating the attempt of a violent minority that seeks their failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations organization has always been present in the modern history of my country, particularly in its most difficult moments. Similarly to what is happening elsewhere in the world, and despite our efforts, Peru today finds its democratic institutions and the rule of law under attack by the polarization of politics, the cause and consequence of the return of extremist violence. We suffer from the scourge of transnational organized terrorist crime, which causes deaths, attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and putting our biodiversity at risk. We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in the context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is why we need the United Nations to once again be a forum for dialogue and cooperation. I wish to recall the legacy of Ambassador Javier Pérez de Cuellar, who managed to do relevant work in the organization despite the Cold War. With that example in mind, and in view of our region's adherence to the purposes of the Charter, and in order to ensure better representation, we believe it is time for the next Secretary General to come from Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen,
señores, el Perú está comprometido en
Peru
lograr
is
que esta
committed to
Asamblea
ensuring
General
that this General
no
Assembly
sea una simple
this year is not
efemérides,
a mere commemoration,
sino la reafirmación
but
de
the
nuestro
reaffirmation
compromiso
of our commitment
hacia una acción
to
colectiva
collective action
que revitalice
that
a las
will
Naciones
revitalize the
Unidas
United
como
Nations as
herramienta
a
que
tool
apoye
that
la
supports
paz
peace
y la unidad
and
global,
global
así
unity
como el
as well
desarrollo.
as development.
Tenemos que ser firmes
We must
en la
stand
verdad
firm
frente a los relatos
in
que
the
la
truth, in the
escamotean,
face of narratives
la
that try to conceal
pervierten
it,
o
pervert it,
mienten
or
abiertamente
openly
con el
lie
fin de
in
ocultar
order to hide agendas
agendas que no
that do not
corresponden a nuestro
correspond
tiempo
to our
y
time,
mucho menos
much less
al
to the
destino de la
destiny
humanidad.
of humanity.
Por ello,
For this reason,
es imperativo
it is
fortalecer
essential
la verdad
that we
frente a los
strengthen
relatos
truth against
basados
narratives
en
that
el
are based
odio,
on
la
hatred,
mentira
the
repetida que
lie
busca
repeated
imponerse
that seeks to
y que
impose
solo
itself and
engendra
only
destrucción.
leads to destruction.
Pese a todos los
But despite
obstáculos,
all of these
la
obstacles,
verdad
truth
se abre
will
paso
find a
y
way,
nos hace
and
libres.
truth will set us free.
Paz
Peace
y unidad
and
para el
unity
Perú y el
for
mundo.
Peru and for the world,
Huarajuchas del planeta.
for all those on the planet.
Kuskayan Yankasun. Ama Chiknikuspa. Ama Yuyakuspa. Buscando el desarrollo de nuestro pueblo.
Let us seek the
Señoras,
development of our
presidentes y
peoples,
presidentes del mundo.
presidents of the world.
Juntos trabajemos
Together, let us work together
sin odiarnos,
without hating one
queriéndonos,
another.
procurando el desarrollo
Let us
de
work
nuestros
for the
pueblos.
development of our peoples.
Sí a la vida,
Yes to
no a
life,
la violencia
no to
y no a la
violence,
guerra.
and no
Muchas
to
gracias.
war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru.
Basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest standing conflict in the world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation, and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the endgame. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things you and I do, and we act on that recognition? How long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right. In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan armed forces who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. The Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN has been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone. 280 million people are still in a state of extreme hunger. Armed conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as the climate crisis, which has already become a real problem, threaten the survival of humanity. The answer lies in the wisdom of the pioneers who founded the United Nations, as well as the path that the people of the Republic of Korea demonstrated. There is only one way: more democracy. The people-centered government of the Republic of Korea, through the power of collective intelligence, is ceaselessly attempting innovations, seeking better alternatives in democracy. The way to solve common challenges facing the international community is no different. When all the countries experiencing the same problems gather here at the United Nations and continue multilateral cooperation, putting their heads together, we will all be able to move toward a bright future of peace and prosperity. I look forward to the UN 80 initiative presented by the Secretary General taking root as a vision that achieves UN's evolution and advancement in line with the demands of our time. I also hope the UN Security Council can increase the number of seats of non-permanent members reflecting changes in the international environment and enhance its effectiveness and representation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the term 2024 to 2025, the Republic of Korea is making efforts so that the UN Security Council can respond proactively to threats to the international peace and security. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, having restored democracy, dreams of a better future. The Republic of Korea will fulfill its responsibility as a responsible global power that steadfastly upholds the values of freedom, human rights, inclusiveness, and solidarity championed by the United Nations. We will further develop our institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation with the international community while realizing the value of respect for human rights. In a time of crisis where immediate survival is urgent, words like solidarity, coexistence, and cooperation may feel somewhat distant. However, humanity has always dreamed of hopes as high as its deep despair and has achieved the progress we see today through a passion for a better tomorrow. The more difficult the times are, the more we must return to the basic spirit of the UN, which is trust in universal values of humankind. Just as the determination to not pass down the devastation of wars led to the founding of the UN and has prevented conflicts and preserved peace, we today must cooperate more, trust more, and join hands more firmly in order to build a better future, a better world for future generations. Democratic Korea will lead the way in multilateral cooperation toward a sustainable future.
Peace is a value that is more important than anything else. In the Republic of Korea, as well as elsewhere in the world, peace is the basic foundation for democracy and economic development. The disputes and conflicts we are currently facing vividly show how easily the ideals of human dignity and sustainable development can crumble without peace. Today, the Republic of Korea is fulfilling its responsibility as a key contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping and peacebuilding activities. Our brave soldiers, who have steadfastly defended the Republic of Korea, a divided nation, are helping to pave the way towards sustainable peace led by the UN. Threats to peace are not only physical elements. In an era where artificial intelligence technology is critical to security capabilities and cyber attacks threaten national security, we must confront not only visible enemies, but also invisible enemies. If we passively let ourselves be dragged along by the changes of the AI era, we will meet a dystopia of deepening polarization and inequality, unable to shake off the dark shadows of human rights abuses caused by the misuse of technology. However, if we proactively respond to these changes, we can use the high productivity as a driving force to build a foundation for innovation and prosperity and create a useful base for strengthening direct democracy. I hope the open debate that I will preside over as UN Security Council President tomorrow will significantly contribute to the international community's efforts to promote the responsible use of AI. Furthermore, we intend to share our vision for the future of AI through the APEC AI initiative at the APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, which will be held in Gyeongju, Korea next month. We will strive to ensure that the vision of AI for all, where advances in cutting-edge technology contribute to the universal values of humanity, becomes a new normal for the international community. AI-driven technological innovations will be an important new tool for solving global challenges like the climate crisis. Over the past 80 years, the United Nations has paved the way for sustainable development and spearheaded efforts to address climate crisis threatening the survival of humanity. Nations around the world must respond to these efforts. The Republic of Korea is pursuing a great energy transition, leveraging science and technology and digital innovation to increase energy efficiency and expand the share of renewable energy. We will submit a responsible, nationally determined contribution within this year, joining the united will of the international community. At the 4th UN Ocean Conference that will be co-hosted by the Republic of Korea and Chile in 2028, we will also work to build substantive solidarity for the sustainable development of oceans. Such efforts by the Republic of Korea to actively address global challenges are based on a firm commitment to fulfilling humanity's shared promise of sustainable development. Since the United Nations established the Sustainable Development Goals 10 years ago, the international community has made much progress in eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. However, the demand for development financing is continuously increasing, and the most vulnerable are still suffering. Let us squarely face this grave reality and create new momentum for change. We must move toward structurally reforming global development governance while enhancing the quality of financial resources. I trust that we will pull together in order to bring about more cases like the Republic of Korea growing and developing from an aid recipient country to an aid donor country. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, as well as the 80th anniversary of the division of the Korean Peninsula. New challenges, as well as unresolved tasks, await us. Democratic Korea will begin a new journey toward peaceful coexistence and shared growth on the Korean Peninsula. The first step will be to restore broken inter-Korean trust and shift to a stance of mutual respect. The government of the Republic of Korea clearly reaffirms that it respects the North's current system, that it will not pursue any form of unification by absorption, and that it has no intention of engaging in hostile acts. Based on these three principles, we intend to end the vicious cycle of unnecessary inter-Korean military tension and hostile acts. That is a reason why we have proactively taken measures, including halting the launch of leaflets and suspending broadcasts toward the north. Going forward, the government of the Republic of Korea will consistently seek a path to reduce military tensions and restore inter-Korean trust. The most certain peace is a state where there is no need to fight. Through comprehensive dialogue centered on exchange, normalization, and denuclearization, in other words, END, we must end the era of hostility and confrontation on the Korean Peninsula and usher in a new era of peaceful coexistence and shared growth. The fact that exchanges and cooperation are a shortcut to peace is a timeless lesson demonstrated by the history of fraught inter-Korean relations. By gradually expanding inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation, we will pave the way for sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula. It is crucial for both the ROK and the DPRK, as well as the international community, to work together to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula. While striving to advance inter-Korean relations, we will provide our active support and cooperation for efforts to normalize relations with the international community, including between the United States and the DPRK. Denuclearization is undoubtedly a grave task, but it is time to seek realistic and rational solutions based on a cool-headed perception that denuclearization cannot be achieved in the short term. The international community must gather its wisdom in a pragmatic and phased solution, beginning with a stop in the sophistication of nuclear and missile capabilities, going through a reduction process, and reaching dismantlement. Realizing lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula would present new hope and possibility to humanity suffering from conflict. The Republic of Korea will end the Cold War on the Korean Peninsula through the END initiative and fulfill its responsibility and role to contribute to world peace and prosperity. A future where people from different nations cooperate and overcome global challenges together may sound like a rosy, dream-like vision. However, this is by no means an impossible dream. Peace is not merely the absence of armed conflict, but the realization of a community where differences are respected and people coexist. As long as respect and aspiration for diversity is inside us, we can always unite and embrace one another. K-culture is connecting people all over the world beyond borders, language, and cultural differences. The success and spread of K-culture prove that universal empathy is possible, transcending differences in all backgrounds. Gathering the energy of solidarity, coexistence, and consideration, the Republic of Korea, having ushered in a new diplomatic republic, is ready to move toward a sustainable future and a new page in human history. Though a difficult journey is expected, humanity has been able to grow and come this far by not giving up on challenges, even in the face of adversity. As the people of the Republic of Korea raised colorful cheering sticks in the face of a crisis in democracy, I call on the international community and the United Nations to lift the lantern of hope that will light the future of humanity. The Republic of Korea will boldly lead the way toward a new era of peaceful coexistence and shared growth on the Korean Peninsula toward a better future together. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, may the peace of God be upon you. The United Nations has been established 8 decades ago on the basis of principles that humanity has reached after 2 world wars. These rules are based on the maintenance of international peace and security and the respect for human dignity and state sovereignty and a non-interference in internal affairs, and to cooperate for the benefit of our peoples. This means if we allow violations to continue, it means allowing the rule of the jungle, where perpetrators and violators enjoy benefits just because they can. This is the political realism that we are facing, that has been reduced to the ability to impose a status quo. This is a crisis. Such conduct finds that violators consider that tolerating them is a weakness. What must prioritize the discussion in the international community now is how to restore collective security as per the UN Charter, and how to restore the legitimacy of the international system. Your Excellencies, as you know, Doha on the 9th of September has suffered a treacherous attack that targeted the negotiating delegation of Hamas in a residential neighborhood that includes schools and diplomatic missions. As a result of this attack, 6 martyrs have fallen, including a Qatari national who serves in the internal security forces, and 18 people have been injured. This aggression was a violation against our sovereignty and a blatant violation that is unjustified of international law. But the whole world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts, as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel. Qatari mediation has, in fact, achieved, in cooperation with Egypt and the USA, the release of hostages, and the last agreement was negated by Israel unilaterally, preventing an ability to reach a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages and the withdrawal of the occupying forces from the Gaza Strip and the humanitarian access and the release of Palestinian prisoners. They visit our country and plot to attack it. They negotiate with delegations and plot to assassinate the members of the negotiation teams. It is difficult to cooperate with such a mentality that does not respect the most minimum standards of cooperation. It is impossible. Is this not the definition of a government? The delegation, they consider negotiations a continuation of war in other means and a way to delude the Israeli public opinion. If the release of Israeli hostages is the end of war, the government of Israel is abandoning the notion of releasing the hostages. Their goal is to destroy Gaza so that it is unlivable and where no one can study or receive treatment. In other words, end the viability of the Gaza Strip to displace its population. Therefore, the Israeli leader wants to continue war. He believes in what is called Greater Israel. He believes that war is an opportunity to expand settlements and to change the status quo in the holy sites, in Al-Quds al-Sharif. He also plots for attacks in the West Bank and expansion. This imposition is the goal of this war. This treacherous attack against the sovereignty of a Gulf state thousands of miles away has confirmed that the Israeli Prime Minister, who takes pride in changing the face of the Middle East, reveals a manifestation of Israel's ability to intervene wherever, however it desires. Arab countries and Muslim countries have warned, and that have held an emergency summit in Doha, have warned against the consequences of this delusion. Israel is not a democratic country surrounded by enemies, but in fact it is an enemy to its surrounding neighbors. And it's engaged in a genocide, and its leader is proud of preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state, and he promises that such a state will never be established, and he takes pride in preventing peace with the Palestinians, and that he will prevent such peace in the future. Israel is surrounded by states either who have signed a peace agreement or who are committed to the Arab Peace Initiative. But Israel does not make do with truces and settlements. It desires to impose its will on its surrounding Arab neighbors, and everyone who believes so is, and everyone who opposes its will is either anti-Semitic or a terrorist. Even Israel's allies realize this fact and reject it. And here we are today, where we witness an international solidarity movement that is similar to the international movement against apartheid last century. And I would be remiss not to express my appreciation with the solidarity we have received in Qatar after the attack, including the statement by the Security Council that has condemned the attack. Distinguished Excellencies, Qatar will remain true to its history and legacy, opposing the crimes that take place. We believe in the ability of reconciling interests with security. We will continue to speak truth, and we will engage in diplomacy when our enemies find it easier to use weapons. We have engaged to mediate an end to the war and allow for humanitarian access and release hostages, and we have faced disinformation campaigns. However, these campaigns will not deter us. We will continue our efforts in cooperation and partnership with Egypt and the United States of America. We are firmly convinced that peace can only be achieved in our region through a firm position from the Security Council, from accepting and tolerating the occupation's crimes, until allowing to the Palestinian people to enjoy their right to self-determination and establish their state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of 1967 as per UN resolutions and the two-state solution that has been the consensus of the international community. We appreciate the role of states that have recognized the state of Palestine. There is no doubt that such recognition is is morally important because it sends a message that violence and more violence will not succeed in liquidating a just cause such as the cause of Palestine, and we urge more states to recognize the state of Palestine. We believe that instability knows no border and that humanity's destiny is intertwined. Therefore, Qatar has continued its diplomatic efforts to contribute to the settlement of other crises, such as in Ukraine and wars in Africa. And our persistence have continued with partners in Africa in order to draft peace agreements. And most importantly was the signing of a declaration of principles in Doha between the DRC and the Congo River Alliance in March. Our efforts support the leadership of the U.S. to achieve a peace agreement in the east of the country, and Qatar will continue to engage as an international partner in order to achieve the peaceful settlement of conflicts and to seize opportunities to establish global peace. Your Excellencies, some states in our region still suffer the lack of security and stability. However, there is hope through some positive developments. In our dear Syria, since the end of last year, is going through a new phase that we hope will be a path towards achieving the aspirations of the Syrian people towards stability, development, and the rule of law after the end of a dark phase of the country's history. Egypt has stood by the Syrian people throughout the previous years. I recalled and urged to support Syria from this podium, even when it seemed to fall off the international agenda. The international community is called upon to assist Syria now in order to succeed through the transition phase after decades of suffering. Our experience in other Arab countries has taught us that building state institutions and establishing relations between a state and others is based on equality, and internal stability on the basis of respect for diversity are paramount issues at this stage. Qatar will not spare an effort to provide the necessary support to our brothers and sisters in Syria, and we have no doubt that the Syrians will be able to overcome this phase and to reject sectarianism in all its forms, and that they will reject external interference, especially the Israeli attempts to divide Syria and the conduct of Israel that is as though all areas south of Damascus are areas of Israeli influence. The Middle East has also witnessed positive developments through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a prime minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support the Lebanon government and people and institutions, and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal. Distinguished Excellencies, Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference. There is no doubt that the trust of the international community in Qatar is based on our successes in the past throughout the years. And accordingly, based on this legacy, we have submitted our application to host the Olympics, believing that sports is not just competition, but a bridge between cultures and a means to promote peace and understanding. And as such, we have also organized and hosted the FIFA World Cup, proving that we are able of hosting sporting events of this magnitude. In conclusion, the state of Qatar, realizing the seriousness of the challenges facing the international community, commits to our partnership in seeking truth, peace, and justice in international relations. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN, at other times, regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflict should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations, without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the Charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, the Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the current composition for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization, moving forward, wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faiths. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion for the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talents and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forest has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades, and did so with a sustainable tropical rainforest management system developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%. But we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. We are really better together. Thank you, Grantanye, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today, we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well into its fourth year. The international community has not done enough to stop aggressor. This is a quest that goes far beyond the usual lines that keep different nations apart. What matters is not the distinction between large and small, or between global North and global South nations, but the basic principles of the UN Charter, which guarantee peace and security across the globe. If one UN member is attacked with impunity year after year by a permanent member of the Security Council, what does that mean for the rest of us? When power replaces law and fear silences the truth, the foundations of the global order begin to crack. And then nobody can feel safe anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine are being felt across the world. This war has sparked crises in energy, migration, and food security, while also deepening global poverty, hunger, environmental damage, and climate change. It all began with the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014 and escalated into a full-scale invasion marked by systematic war crimes. The targeted destruction of civilian infrastructure, indiscriminate missile attacks, and the forced deportation of thousands of Ukrainian children are not isolated abuses. These are calculated efforts to erase Ukraine's identity and undermine its sovereignty and territorial integrity, all in open defiance of the United Nations Charter. Let me be clear, Lithuania will never recognize Russia's illegal occupation and annexation of Ukrainian lands. Ukraine's borders are not up for negotiation. Attempts to redraw them by force are unacceptable. The United Nations Charter is not a menu to pick from. It is a binding foundation of international order. Ukraine is also not the only target. Russia continues to occupy two Georgian regions, destabilizes Moldova, and uses proxies and mercenaries to spread instability across the Sahel, the Middle East, and beyond. These are not isolated episodes. They are part of a calculated policy to undermine international norms and export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the state of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as a future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations. The celebration of 80 years, and for us Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be: a noble country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of the United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law, is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in a changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism,
O apego ao direito internacional.
devotion to international law,
As reformas por que tem lutado.
the reforms he has
being
championed,
since 2017, que inclui agora
now
UN
including UN 80 and the Pact for the Future,
and the Pact for the Future, são a sua marca e o seu lugar.
are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
And legacy. It is a pride for me, é orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations, uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech. Because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in the Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial
Ganze.